What if the stars above were not just distant suns, but the very spirits of ancestors watching over the land? In the shadow of ancient rock formations, where the whisper of the wind carries stories of creation, a tension hung thick in the air, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low, casting an eerie glow that danced across the rugged terrain, a reminder of the time when the dream time pulsed with life and the world was woven together by invisible threads of fate. Beneath the surface of this vast, untamed wilderness, powerful forces stirred. The sacred songs of the land echoed in the hearts of those who dared listen, their meanings cloaked in mystery and reverence. Each note was a pulse, a heartbeat, connecting generations. Yet, an unsettling silence lurked within this vibrant tapestry, hinting at a fracture, a rift in the fabric of existence. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when myth would erupt into reality. In the twilight, shadows danced between the trees, while the stories of the Chukurpa, the ancestral beings, came alive, casting long echoes into the night. Who could bridge the chasm between the past and present? Whose voice would awaken the sleeping spirits that guarded the sacred sites, revered yet restless? As dusk fell, the lines between the living and the spectral blurred, revealing glimpses of a forgotten world where the tangible meets the ethereal. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the stillness, shattering the reverie. A figure emerged from the darkness, eyes alight with a fire that transcended time. This was no mere wanderer. This was a keeper of secrets, and the weight of the past hung heavy on their shoulders. They understood that the balance of the land was tipping, teetering on the edge of chaos. Each step they took resonated with urgency, as if the spirits themselves urged them forward, whispering ancient warnings that only the brave could heed. Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating a path fraught with danger and revelation. The keeper's heart raced with the knowledge that a reckoning awaited, a confrontation with forces both magnificent and terrifying. The stories of creation and destruction intertwined, like the gnarled roots of the trees that cradled the sacred ground. Here, in the thickening night, destiny was woven with threads of both hope and despair. What choices would be made? Whose voices would rise in the face of impending darkness? The questions loomed like storm clouds, heavy and charged. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the land trembled with the promise of change. The air buzzed with potential, and for those brave enough to stand at the threshold, the unfolding saga of Aboriginal Australian mythology was about to explode into a full-blown revelation. In this moment, history was alive, breathing with the urgency of 1,000 tales waiting to be told, and the world held its breath, poised on the brink of something monumental. Under the vast expanse of the Australian sky, long before the first Europeans set foot on this ancient land, the earth thrummed with life and stories untold. The air was thick with the whispers of the dreamtime, a time that existed beyond time itself. Here, the landscape was not merely a backdrop, but a vibrant character in a tale that spanned tens of thousands of years. The mountains, the rivers, and the stars above held secrets, and the first peoples of Australia were the storytellers, guardians of a rich tapestry woven from the threads of creation, existence, and the spiritual world. In the beginning, there was nothing but an endless void, a silence broken only by the echoes of possibility. Then, from the darkness, emerged the ancestors, spirit beings who shaped the world with their dreams and actions. From the depths of the oceans, the rivers surged forth, carving the land, while the sky painted colors across the horizon, as if the heavens themselves were in a state of awakening. The ancestors danced across the land, their movements transforming the earth. They created the mountains and valleys, the animals and humans, with a rhythmic grace that spoke of unity and balance. Pickaninnies, those young children of the earth, played among the trees, their laughter mingling with the calls of the kookaburra and the rustle of leaves. It was a time when every blade of grass was alive with significance, and every rock held a story, waiting to be told. The Dreamtime was not a myth, it was a reality, a living history that flowed through the blood of every Aboriginal person, connecting them to their ancestors and to each other. An old man, adorned in ochre, sat by a flickering fire, the flames dancing like spirits in the night. His voice, deep and resonant, carried the weight of countless generations. He spoke of Marpool, the great creator serpent, who twisted and turned in the waters, bringing life to the rivers and nourishing the land. With every word, the children gathered closer, their eyes wide with wonder. They could see Marpool in their minds, a magnificent creature shimmering with scales of gold, twisting through the earth as it created the flow of rivers and the valleys where the tribes would gather. But the stories were not always gentle. The Dreamtime held darkness too, tales of sorrow and loss. The Kanyini, bond of love and responsibility, was spoken of with reverence. It reminded them of their connection to the land, to each other, and to the spiritual realm. There were warnings woven into the stories, the dangers of disrespecting the earth or failing to honor their ancestors. These tales served as a guiding compass, a reminder of the delicate balance between humans and the natural world. One story told of the Daramulam, the Sky Father, who watched over the people from above. His gaze was both nurturing and fierce. He sent rain to nourish the land, but also storms that could devastate. The old man's voice trembled with emotion as he recounted the tale of a young girl who had lost her way, her heart heavy with grief. Daramulam, sensing her despair, sent a gentle rain to guide her home. It wasn't just a story. It was a reminder of hope, of the bonds that tie humanity to the cosmos. As the fire crackled, shadows danced around them, and the air thickened with anticipation. The tales spoke of the totemic animals, those sacred beings that embodied the spirits of the ancestors. Each tribe had its totem, a protector and a guide, linking them to the earth and its mysteries. The kangaroo, the emu, the snake. Each animal was revered, its traits and behaviors woven into the lives of the people. The rhythmic beating of the didgeridoo filled the night, echoing the heartbeats of those who came before. It was a call to remember, a call to honor. Amidst these stories, the land itself seemed to listen. The eucalyptus trees swayed softly, as if nodding in acknowledgement of the tales that flowed like water. The stars twinkled above, each one a watchful eye, a reminder of the spirits that roamed the earth and sky. The people felt their presence, a connection that transcended time, tying them to a shared past and a hopeful future. Yet, as the old man spoke, a tension hung in the air, an unspoken awareness of change. The stories that had sustained them for millennia were at risk of fading into silence. The encroaching footsteps of outsiders threatened to silence the Dreamtime, to erase the vibrant colors of their culture with the dullness of indifference. The children looked up at the old man, fear flickering in their eyes. Would they remember these stories? Would the Dreamtime endure? The night grew heavier, and the fire crackled as if echoing their shared anxiety. The old man's voice softened, yet it remained strong. He spoke of resilience, of the power of storytelling to keep the dream time alive. He reminded them that they were the custodians of these tales, the bearers of their ancestors' legacies. As long as they remembered, as long as they spoke the words, the spirits would not be forgotten. The dream time would continue to pulse through the very heart of the land. With each story, the tension lifted, replaced by a swell of hope. The laughter of the children broke through the night, ringing out like a promise. They would carry these tales forward into the future, ensuring that the spirits of the ancestors would never be alone. The old man smiled, warmth radiating from him like the flames of the fire. In their unity, the people found strength, a collective heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of the earth. The dream time would endure, and with it, the stories would weave their way into the fabric of the world, binding past to present in an unbreakable bond. As dawn approached, the first light painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, signaling the arrival of a new day. The fire began to fade, but the stories continued to burn bright in their hearts, fueling the hope that the dream time would live on, an eternal dance of creation and connection, echoing through the ages. And just as the sun broke free from the horizon, so too did the promise of new stories yet to be told, waiting to unfold with each passing moment. A stillness enveloped the land, the sky painted with hues of orange and purple as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. In this sacred twilight, the whispers of ancient stories floated through the air like a gentle breeze, carrying with them a sense of magic and mystery. It was a time when the world was not merely a collection of physical spaces, but a living tapestry woven from the threads of dreams, ancestors, and the very fabric of existence. This is the essence of the dream time, a concept that pulses with life, connecting the past, present, and future in the most extraordinary ways. The dream time is not just a mere collection of myths. It is a profound understanding of life itself, a belief system that has thrived among the Aboriginal peoples of Australia for thousands of years. Here, in this vibrant culture, the dream time is a sacred time where the world was born, where spirits roamed freely, and where everything was interconnected. The earth, the sky, each rock and tree, every river and cloud was infused with stories, imbued with meaning that transcends the mundane. Imagine standing at the edge of a sprawling desert, the ground warm beneath your feet, and the wind carrying the echoes of stories long past. You can almost see the figures of fierce kangaroo spirits bounding across the sand, their strength and elegance a testament to the connection between humanity and the natural world. The ancestors, whose spirits linger in the shadows, whisper timeless wisdom, reminding those who listen of the delicate balance of life and the significance of land. In the dream time, the past is alive. The stories are not confined to pages or spoken words. They are an experience, a vivid tapestry that unfolds in the minds of those who hold these tales close. Every rock formation is a guardian of history, every river a flowing narrative. A giant serpent, coiling through the landscape, teaches about creation and destruction, love and loss, and the profound connection between people and the land they inhabit. It speaks of the ancestors, who, with each step, laid the pathways of existence, marking the songs and dances that would echo through generations. The dream time is also a realm of duality, where joy and sorrow dance together like shadows in the twilight. It reflects the struggles of life, the trials faced by the ancestors as they navigated the challenges of survival in harsh landscapes. In the tales of the clever crow or the wise old turtle, there are lessons of resilience and adaptation. Fear and courage intertwine, creating a rich fabric of experiences that resonate deeply with every listener. The characters in these stories are not mere figments of imagination. They are reflections of humanity itself, encapsulating the triumphs and tribulations that shape existence. As night falls, a fire crackles to life, its flames flickering like the memories of ancestors igniting the hearts of the living. The warmth spreads, wrapping around those seated in a circle, drawn together by the sacred bonds of family and culture. Each person knows their role, their voice ready to share a part of the dream time. Eager eyes widen as the first storyteller begins, their words weaving through the air, painting vibrant images of creation and connection. Laughter erupts, tears flow, and silence engulfs the gathering in moments of reflection. The power of the dream time lies in its ability to transcend time, to make the past feel immediate, to make ancient truths resonate in the hearts of those who listen. The stories teach the importance of respecting the land and caring for each other, echoing wisdom passed down through generations. They reveal the interdependence of all living things, a reminder that every action reverberates across the tapestry of life. In the dream time, the concept of kinship extends beyond the human realm. The animals, plants, and even the stars are considered family, each playing a role in the great cycle of existence. A wise elder once said that to harm the land is to harm oneself, a sentiment that filters through the stories, like sunlight through leaves. It is in this understanding of connection that one begins to appreciate the weight of responsibility that comes with being a steward of the earth. But the dream time is not without its shadows. It carries the weight of trauma, echoing the struggles faced by Aboriginal peoples against colonization and loss of land. The stories twist and turn, sometimes filled with sorrow, capturing the pain of disconnection and the longing for unity. Yet, amid the darkness, there shines a flicker of hope, the enduring spirit of resilience that has kept these stories alive, woven into the very identity of the Aboriginal peoples. As the flames begin to wane, a hush falls over the gathering. The storyteller pauses, the weight of the moment palpable in the air. Every heart beats in sync with the rhythm of the universe, a reminder that they are all part of something greater. The stories do not just belong to the past, they breathe in the present. A living testimony that shapes their identity, their culture, and their very existence. And so, as the stars blink to life overhead, each one a point of connection to the dream time, the characters from the stories linger in the hearts of those gathered. They become a part of their dreams, guiding them as they navigate the world, reminding them that they too are woven into the fabric of existence. The dream time lives on, breathing in the stories of the past, inspiring the actions of the present, and lighting the way for the future. The flickering flames may fade, but the echoes of the dream time will continue to resonate, inviting yet another soul to listen, to learn, and to carry forth the legacy of connection, respect, and unity with all that surrounds them. The crackle of the campfire echoed against the stillness of the night, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits upon the rugged earth. As the embers glowed, the time-honored tales of ancestors emerged from the lips of the elder, rich with the weight of generations. Each word resonated with a profound truth, wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace, tethering them to a time before time. The flames flickered, and for a moment, it felt as though the ancestors themselves were present, whispering their wisdom through the rustling leaves. In Aboriginal culture, Ancestors are not just memories fading into the past. They are the very essence of existence, woven into the fabric of every living thing. Their stories, powerful and poignant, are a lifeline, connecting the present to a time when the world was still young. Ancient songs echo through the ages, carrying the lessons of survival, love, and loss. These songs are imbued with the spirit of the ancestors, urging the living to remember, to honor, and to learn. The land, vast and sprawling, is not merely a backdrop, but a sacred canvas, painted with the footprints of those who came before. Every rock, every river holds a story. The ancestors walked these paths, leaving behind a legacy that pulses through the veins of the land. When the sun dips below the horizon and the stars blanket the sky, it is said that the ancestors gather, their presence felt in the cool night air. They watch over their descendants, guiding them through life's trials and tribulations. One such story is that of a young girl named Maru. She was filled with questions about her place in the world, her heart yearning for connection. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, sat with her under the sprawling branches of a towering gum tree. "Listen closely, my child," she said, her voice a soft melody. "The ancestors are always with us. They guide us, protect us, and teach us. When you feel alone, close your eyes and listen. You will hear their whispers." Maru closed her eyes, and in that stillness, she felt a surge of warmth envelop her. It was as if the very earth beneath her was alive, pulsating with the energy of those who had lived and loved before her. Suddenly, she could see them, her ancestors, shadows of the past, united in a dance of life. They laughed and cried, sharing their stories, their joys, and their struggles. In that moment, Maru understood. She was not just a solitary being. She was part of a vast lineage, a continuum of strength and resilience. The stories of the ancestors are woven into the Dreamtime, an age when the earth was created and the very essence of life was born. Here, the sky met the earth, and the spirits roamed freely, shaping the landscape and defining the pathways of existence. As the elders recount these tales around the fire, the listeners can almost taste the dust of ancient trails, feel the stir of the wind that once carried the voices of the past. One evening, as the moon hung high like a luminous pearl, a gathering took place. The air was thick with anticipation, each member of the community eager to partake in the ritual of remembrance. The elder stood tall, adorned in the symbols of their people. With a voice that resonated through the crowd, he began to speak of the Great Flood, a cataclysm that had forever changed the landscape. He painted a vivid picture of ancestors who had fought valiantly against the rushing waters, their courage echoing through time. As the elder spoke, the fire crackled and tension filled the air. The listeners leaned in, their breath held as they imagined the struggle, the bravery in the face of despair. It was more than a story. It was a visceral reminder of the strength inherent in their blood. Each heartbeat echoed the determination of those who had faced insurmountable odds, a legacy of resilience that surged through the generations. With each tale, the connection to the ancestors tightened, creating a web of shared experience. The listeners felt their own fears and dreams reflected in the stories, a powerful reminder that they stood on the shoulders of giants. The ancestors had paved the way, navigating the trials of life, so their descendants could find their footing in a world rife with challenges. In the vibrant tapestry of Aboriginal beliefs, the ancestors are not just protectors, but teachers who impart wisdom through the ages. Their guidance is subtle, yet profound, like the gentle rustle of leaves that carries a message only the heart can hear. And so, the stories continue to flow, passed down through generations, each telling imbuing the air with emotion, a palpable reminder of the importance of connection. The warmth of the fire is mirrored in the hearts of those gathered, a bond that transcends time. The night wore on, and as the stories drew to a close, a hush fell over the gathering. The elders' voices softened, wrapping around the listeners like a warm blanket, reminding them of the responsibilities they carried. They were not just bearers of stories. They were custodians of the land, the culture, and most importantly, the ancestors' legacy. The spirit of the ancestors lingered in the air, a gentle reminder that every action carried weight, that every choice echoed through time. As the stars twinkled overhead, a sense of unity filled the space. The fire's glow illuminated the faces of the young and old, each person reflecting the strength of their forebears. They were bound not just by blood, but by a shared belief in the power of their ancestors. The stories, now part of their very being, would fuel their journeys ahead, creating a tapestry of life that would carry them forward. But the night was far from over. The air crackled with anticipation, and the elder's gaze swept across the gathered faces. With a knowing smile, he invited them to step into the next chapter, a continuation of the stories that would bind them even closer together. The ancestors were calling once more, their voices rising in a chorus that blended the past with the present, threading their lives into a continuous loop of existence, waiting for the next tale to unfold, each one more powerful than the last. Beneath a blanket of stars, when the world was still fresh and new, a hush fell over the land. It was a time when the earth had yet to find its rhythm, and the air was thick with whispers of creation, waiting to be born. In this sacred stillness, the Great Spirit, a force of boundless energy and wisdom, stirred. From the depths of silence, the first breath emerged, sparking life across the vast expanse of unformed landscapes. Mountains rose like ancient sentinels, their peaks brushing against the sky, while valleys carved themselves into existence, inviting rivers to weave through their embrace. The earth was not merely soil and stone. It pulsed with life, vibrant and electric. Each grain of sand knew a secret. Each drop of water danced with purpose. And in that moment, oh, that very moment, the foundation of everything was laid. As the land took shape, the Great Spirit turned its attention to the creatures that would roam this canvas. From the whispering grass, the first animals emerged. A great stag, noble and fierce, burst forth from the forest, its antlers reaching toward the heavens. It paused, sensing the life that surrounded it, the heartbeat of the earth echoing in its very bones. Nearby, a playful otter splashed in the shallows of a newly formed lake, laughter rippling through the stillness, while birds painted the sky with their vibrant colors, singing the songs of creation. Yet, amongst the beauty, shadows loomed. Darkness had not yet surrendered to the light. The Great Spirit understood that balance was essential. Light could not exist without shadow. It called forth the wise owl and the stealthy wolf, forging a tapestry of predator and prey, each role vital, each life interconnected. Their stories would intertwine in ways that would echo through time, marking the land with their ancient wisdom. But the Great Spirit was not finished. The land needed caretakers, beings who could feel the pulse of creation in their veins. From the dust of the earth and the breath of the wind, it molded the first people, each of them imbued with a spark of life, a flame of the divine. They stood, wide-eyed and trembling, feeling the warmth of the sun on their skin and the cool earth beneath their feet. The first humans were gifted with understanding and curiosity, a desire to learn the language of the land. The elders, wise and weathered, gathered around the flickering fire, their faces illuminated in the dancing light. They spoke of the spirits that inhabited every rock, tree, and stream, of the stories that lived in the whispers of the wind. They taught the young ones to listen, to truly listen, to the world around them, for it was alive and full of lessons waiting to be unveiled. Each story told was a thread woven into the fabric of their existence, binding them to the land and to one another. Yet, as nights turned into days and seasons changed, a sense of unease crept into their hearts. The once harmonious balance began to shift. The longing for more, to conquer the vastness of the land, to bend it to their will, grew stronger. The first people, driven by the very curiosity that had once fueled their connection to the earth, sought to carve out their dominion. With every tree felled and every animal hunted, the harmony that had thrived began to fray, and the spirits that once danced in joy now trembled in fear. Ominous echoes of the past whispered through the winds, reminding them of the fragile balance. The Great Spirit watched, heart heavy, knowing that it had gifted them both the power to create and the ability to destroy. Tensions simmered as the people faced a choice: to uphold their bond with the land and its creatures, or to succumb to the allure of unchecked ambition. The cries of the animals pierced the night, haunting and wild, a desperate plea for understanding. The noble stag, once a symbol of grace, now stood at the edge of the dying forest, its eyes reflecting the fading light. In that sorrowful moment, the first people began to understand that their survival was intricately tied to the land, to the rhythm of nature that pulsed around them. As the moon cast silver shadows over the earth, the elders gathered once more. Their wisdom deepened by the weight of realization. They spoke not of dominion, but of coexistence, of honoring the spirits that dwelled within the stones and streams. It was a call to return to the way of listening, of living in harmony with the world that had cradled them since their birth. The next morning dawned, bright and hopeful. The people set out to mend what had been broken. They planted seeds in the soil with reverence, feeling the warmth of the earth as they worked. Laughter echoed through the valleys as they played and celebrated the return of balance. The animals crept closer, recognizing the change that bloomed in the hearts of the first people. With each passing season, a new story unfolded, one where land, animals, and people danced together in a symphony of life. The Great Spirit smiled, for its creation was still alive, still breathing, still growing. In every heartbeat of the earth, in every rustle of the leaves, in every joyous cry of a child, the essence of creation lived on, a bond unbroken. But as the sun set over the horizon, casting long shadows, a flicker of uncertainty remained. The stories of old echoed louder, warning that even the most sacred bonds could fray. Would the lesson learned be lasting? Would the first people remember their place in the grand design? The land, animals, and people stood at the precipice of possibility, each moment carrying the weight of history, of choices yet to be made. As the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, the cycle continued, threads of fate weaving a tapestry that was both beautiful and poignant. Each heartbeat, each breath, each moment flowed seamlessly into the next, a reminder that creation was not a one-time event, but an ongoing journey, one that would be shaped by the hearts of those who walked upon the earth. The echoes of their choices would ripple through time, forever entwined in the fabric of existence, waiting for the next chapter to be written. In the shimmering dawn, when the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, a figure stirred within the vibrant tapestry of the land. The rainbow serpent, a being of both awe and fear, carved through the ancient stories of the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, its essence woven into the very fabric of their existence. With every twist of its magnificent body, it brought life to the parched earth, filling rivers, lakes, and waterholes, painting the landscape with bright hues of color. But beneath the beauty lay a primal force, a creature capable of great destruction and renewal, embodying the duality of creation and chaos. The elders spoke in hushed tones around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the flames, eyes reflecting the glimmer of stories passed down through generations. They painted vivid images of the rainbow serpent, a being that slithered through the dream time, a time when the world was still forming. In their tales, the serpent was not just a creature, but a guardian, a wise teacher who revealed the secrets of the land and the importance of balance. Each ripple in the water echoed the serpent's laughter, while the vibrant skies bore witness to its majestic dance, leaving trails of color that arched across the heavens. As the sun climbed higher, the tale of the rainbow serpent took on a more dramatic tone. It was said that when angered, the serpent would rise from its watery abyss, shaking the earth and sending tremors through the land. Thunder rumbled in the distance, heralding the arrival of storms as the skies darkened. The people would gather in their communities, fear and reverence washing over them as they listened to the chilling cries of the wind. They understood that this was not merely a storm, but the wrath of the rainbow serpent, a powerful reminder of nature's dominion. In those moments of turmoil, the duality of the serpent shone brightly. It was a harbinger of life, yet also a force that demanded respect. When the rains arrived, they brought abundance, nourishing the earth and filling their sacred water holes. The crops flourished, the animals thrived, and the people danced in celebration, knowing that the rainbow serpent had blessed them. But they also remembered the lessons carved into the landscape, the importance of caring for the earth, of living in harmony with nature. The serpent's presence was always felt, a constant reminder that life and death were intricately connected. Through the eyes of children, the stories came alive, their imaginations ignited by the vivid colors of the serpent's scales. They envisioned it winding through the valleys, a living rainbow that brought joy and wonder. The elders, with their weathered hands and wise eyes, would smile as they shared tales of the serpent's adventures, of how it shaped the mountains and valleys, how it fought with the sun and moon for control over the sky. Each story was a thread, intertwining generations together, binding them to the land and to each other. Yet, there were darker tales too, whispered in the shadows, of the serpent's more fearsome side. It was said that the rainbow serpent was also the guardian of sacred places, and those who disrespected the land would face its fury. The ground would crack open, swallowing the careless and demanding penance for their transgressions. The people learned to tread lightly, to honor the spirits of the ancestors that roamed the land alongside the serpent. Respect was crucial, for the tale of the rainbow serpent was a lesson in balance, a reminder of their responsibility to the world around them. As the fires crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, the night air grew thick with anticipation. The rainbow serpent was believed to have the power to heal. It was said that if one could find the sacred waters blessed by the serpent, they would be cured of ailments, their spirits lifted. The people would journey to these sacred sites, carrying offerings, their hearts beating in time with the rhythms of the earth. They believed that the rainbow serpent saw their devotion, and in return, it would fill them with strength and vitality. Each splash of water felt like a communion, a connection to something greater than themselves. But the legend was not static. It evolved with the people. As colonizers arrived, bringing their own stories and beliefs, the rainbow serpent became a symbol of resilience. It transformed from a figure of fear into one of hope, embodying the struggle of the Aboriginal peoples against oppression. The serpent's vibrant colors mirrored the diversity of their cultures, each hue telling a story of survival and connection to the land. The elders taught the youth that the spirit of the rainbow serpent could not be extinguished. It lived on in their songs, dances, and art, a bridge between the past and the present. And so, as the fires burned low and the stories echoed into the night, the rainbow serpent remained an ever-present force, a guardian of the land, a symbol of life's complexities. The people knew they were part of a larger narrative, one crafted by their ancestors and the serpent itself. Each sunrise and sunset bore witness to their history, a cycle of creation and renewal that would continue long into the future. In this tapestry of existence, the rainbow serpent thrived, its story intertwined with every heartbeat, every drop of rain, a living testament to the enduring power of mythology and the unbreakable bond between people and their land. In the silence that followed, the stars twinkled like the serpent's sparkling scales, hinting at adventures yet to come, waiting to be told. And as the next chapter of the legend unfolded, the echoes of the rainbow serpent reverberated through the ages, a powerful reminder of the magic that resides in every story, every heartbeat, every drop of life that flowed through the land. In the dim light of dawn, a solitary emu stood at the edge of a vast, shimmering plain, its feathers ruffled by the gentle breeze. There was something almost otherworldly about that morning. The air was heavy with anticipation, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for a story to unfold. The emu, tall and proud, became a symbol of resilience and mystery. As the first rays of the sun pierced the horizon, the warm golden light danced across the land, igniting a spark of life in all it touched. For centuries, the emu had roamed these ancient grounds, a creature woven into the very fabric of the land and its people. The Aboriginal tribes revered it, not just as a source of food, but as a figure in their rich tapestry of legends. The stories told around campfires under the vast Australian sky painted the emu as a mighty guardian of the earth, a creature who once dared to challenge the sun itself. Long before civilization wrapped the world in steel and glass, the emu was part of a world teeming with magic and spirits. The legend went that when the sun was born, it shone too brightly, scorching the earth and threatening to dry up the sacred rivers. The animals of the land, terrified and desperate, gathered under the shade of ancient trees to debate their fate. Among them was the emu, whose strong spirit and unwavering courage shone through their fear. With a voice that thundered like distant storms, the emu stepped forward. "I will confront the sun," it declared, each word resonating with the weight of 1,000 ancestors. The creatures gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could one creature stand against the fiery giant that ruled the sky? But the emu's resolve lit a flicker of hope in their hearts. As the day unfolded, the emu set out on its daunting quest. It ran across the sunlit plains, its long legs carrying it faster than the winds that whistled through the tall grass. With every stride, It grew more determined, fueled by the whispers of encouragement from the animals left behind. They sang songs of bravery, harmonizing their voices into a chorus that echoed across the landscape, wrapping the emu in a shroud of strength. When the emu finally reached the sun, it was an awe-inspiring sight, a blazing orb of fire and light, filling the sky with a radiant glow. The creature felt a rush of warmth, but it pressed on, its heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth below. "You are too bright," the emu called out, its voice steady and clear, "and your light is burning the land. You must listen." The sun paused, its fiery brilliance dimming ever so slightly. The emu, sensing the shift in energy, pressed further. "The rivers are drying, the trees are wilting, and the animals are suffering. You must share your warmth, not suffocate us beneath your blaze." A silence fell over the land as the sun considered this bold plea. Time seemed to stretch, the air thick with tension. Then, with the gentleness of a whisper, the sun replied, "I did not know my strength would bring suffering. I will share my light, but only if you prove your worthiness." With this challenge laid before it, the emu felt a surge of determination. It stepped forward, its dark eyes fierce and glowing with resolve. "What must I do?" it asked, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. "You must dance the dance of the earth," the sun commanded, a spark of curiosity igniting in its fiery heart. "Show me the life that thrives beneath my rays, the joy that comes from your connection to the land." The emu bowed its head, acknowledging the task. With a deep breath, it began to move. Each step was a rhythm of grace, a connection to the soil, the roots, and the spirits that had come before. The dance spoke of the trees that reached for the sky, the rivers that flowed with laughter, and the animals that lived in harmony. As the emu danced, the sun watched with growing fascination. The light flickered, casting shadows that danced alongside the emu. The energy shifted, transforming from a blazing heat to a warm embrace. The emu's movements became more powerful, a celebration of life that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the world. Then, suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the plains, a fierce reminder that not all was well. Dark clouds rolled in, casting a shadow over the land. The animals who had gathered to watch the emu's performance gasped, their hearts dropping in unison. Would the sun abandon them now, leaving them in despair? The emu, sensing the urgency, poured every ounce of strength into its dance. It spiraled and twirled, calling upon the spirits of the ancestors to lend their strength. The ground trembled beneath its feet, and the air crackled with energy. The sun, captivated by this show of unwavering spirit, leaned closer, its rays softening as it began to respond to the emu's determination. With each beat, the emu connected deeper with the ancient wisdom of the land, drawing from the stories of survival passed down through generations. The animals watched in awe, feeling a flicker of hope blooming in their hearts. If the emu could face the sun, they too could find the strength to face their challenges. The sun, now glowing with a gentler light, finally spoke. "You have shown me the beauty that flourishes in my warmth. I will share my light, and in return, I ask that you remind the creatures of the earth of their connection to one another." A wave of relief washed over the emu. It bowed in gratitude, its heart swelling with joy. The sun, now a partner rather than a tyrant, cast a golden hue over the land, revitalizing the rivers and awakening the trees. Life surged back, colors brightening as laughter filled the air. But even as joy spread across the landscape, a shadow loomed in the distance, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. As the emu turned to return to the gathering of animals, a low rumble echoed from the horizon. A storm was brewing, fierce and unyielding. The beauty of the moment was overshadowed by the looming threat of what was to come. The animals, sensing the change, felt the urgency swell within them. The emu, still caught in the afterglow of its victory, glanced back at the sun one last time. A promise had been made, but the challenges of the land were far from over. Even as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of orange and purple, the emu knew that the story was far from finished. The real battle for balance had only just begun. The sky darkened, an ominous blanket of gray stretching across the horizon, as if the world itself held its breath. The air felt thick, heavy with anticipation, and all around, silence wrapped the village in an uneasy embrace. Then, the first drop fell. A single bead of water, plummeting from the heavens and splashing against the earth. It was the beginning of a storm that would change everything. In the whispers of the wind, tales of the Great Flood surged through generations of indigenous cultures. These weren't mere stories. They were lifelines passed from elder to child, each word steeped in emotion and meaning. The elders spoke of a time when the earth was lush, teeming with life and wisdom. They told of a great spirit who watched over the land, ensuring harmony among all living beings. Yet, there was a warning buried within those stories, a line drawn between respect and recklessness, a fragile balance that humanity often forgot. As the clouds thickened, the inevitable grew closer. The waters began to rise like a monstrous beast, awakening from a long slumber. Tribes that had thrived by rivers and lakes felt their very homes tremble. The sound of rushing water echoed through the valleys, a roiling symphony of chaos that spurred fear into every heart. Families gathered, clinging to one another, their eyes wide with terror. Mothers whispered prayers for their children. Fathers gripped their weapons, ready to defend what little they could. Stories often spoke of a great canoe, crafted from the strongest cedar, a vessel that would save the worthy. The people of the land remembered this canoe, a symbol of hope amidst despair. Yet, as the floodwaters swirled and choked the ground, doubts crept into their minds. Who would be saved? Would their family be deemed worthy? Would they float away, lost to the vastness of an angry ocean? In the flickering light of dwindling fires, the elders recounted how the animals had sensed the coming deluge. The deer had fled to higher ground, the birds had taken to the skies, and the wise old turtle had submerged itself deep beneath the surface. But the people were rooted to the ground, torn between fear and disbelief. They had seen storms, but nothing like this, nothing that could sweep away their world. There was a moment of quiet, a sacred pause before chaos unleashed its fury. The first wave crashed down, consuming the land in an icy embrace. The water churned angrily, swallowing homes, trees, and dreams in a single gulp. Children cried out, their voices lost in the cacophony of the storm. Panic spread like wildfire, and the cries of the desperate mingled with the roar of the flood. Yet, even in the heart of despair, stories told of resilience. A young girl, her spirit unyielding, waded through the rising tide, clutching her little brother close. Their laughter was a melody that rang out, defying the chaos around them. "We will find the canoe," she declared, her voice fierce against the winds. With every step, she fought the water that pulled at her ankles, urging her to surrender. The elder had often told her that while the flood might ravage the land, it could not wash away the stories embedded in their hearts. Every stroke of water would carry not just destruction, but also the seeds of rebirth. She believed fiercely that they would find their way to safety. As the flood surged, the earth cried out. Trees toppled, their roots exposed, a stark reminder of nature's power and fury. Yet, even as life was swept away, the land began to speak. The rivers, once gentle, now carved new paths in a desperate bid for freedom. The very essence of the world transformed with each powerful wave, and amid the chaos, a collective understanding arose. This was not just a punishment, it was a turning point. The memory of the Great Flood was etched in the hearts of those who survived. Stories emerged from the wreckage of how the people learned to listen to the land and the waters, to understand their signs, and to live in harmony with nature once more. They became keepers of the stories, protectors of the wisdom passed down through the ages, ensuring that the lessons of the past would never be forgotten. In the aftermath, as the sun broke through the clouds, the survivors stood on what remained of their village. The horizon was painted in hues of gold and crimson, a breathtaking reminder of beauty amidst tragedy. They gathered, drenched and weary, but their spirits unbroken. The young girl and her brother stood with the others, their eyes scanning the horizon. Hope glimmered in their hearts, a fragile thread connecting them to what was lost and what could still be rebuilt. The stories of the Great Flood did not end with despair. They lived on, evolving with each telling. Tales of bravery, of unity, of reverence for the earth became woven into the fabric of their lives. They knew that the flood had merely been a chapter in a much larger story, a story that continued to unfold. As the echoes of the flood faded into the distance, the people began to feel the ground beneath their feet once more. It was a new beginning, but the whispers of the Great Spirit lingered in their ears. From the ashes of catastrophe, they would rise, forever changed, but with an unwavering resolve to protect the land, to honor the lessons learned through heartache. And as they stood there, surrounded by the remnants of their world, they realized that while the flood had taken much, it had also given them the strength to forge a new path forward, together. The world was still reeling, the waters still shifting, and within their hearts, the stories of the Great Flood would echo for generations, a testament to survival, unity, and the enduring spirit of life. In the quiet rustle of the trees, a whisper passes through the air, a song sung by the earth itself. It calls forth images of women, powerful and nurturing, guardians of life's delicate balance, their spirits entwined with the soil beneath. Every ancient tree, every shimmering creek tells a story, echoing the connection between the land and the feminine deities who watched over it. Among Aboriginal cultures, the Earth Mother is not just a figure, but a palpable presence, an embodiment of the land, sky, and all living things. She stands as a protector, a nurturer, and a fierce warrior for her children. Her spirit dances through the sacred stories, passed down through generations, highlighting the profound reverence Aboriginal people have for the earth and the women who embody its essence. Take, for instance, the stories of Gnoe, the Sun Mother, who brings light to the world each day. She traverses the sky, her golden rays reaching down to kiss the earth, breathing life into every blade of grass and every flower that blooms. The warmth of her light is felt on the skin, wrapping around the body like a comforting embrace. Children gather beneath her glow, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves as they play in the shadows of ancient trees. Noe represents not just the sun, but the essence of motherhood, the beacon of hope and resilience that shines through adversity. Then there's the tale of Daramulam, the Sky Father, who looks down upon the earth with a protective gaze. It's a delicate balance between the nurturing warmth of Gnowi and the stern watch of Daramulam. The Earth Mother stands between them, a bridge of connection that ties the celestial with the terrestrial. Her presence is felt during the heavy rains and the gentle winds, each weather pattern a reflection of her mood. Her spirit guiding her children through the cycles of life. In the stories told around flickering fires under starlit skies, the Earth Mother takes many forms. Some see her as Yi, the creator, who shaped the land and its inhabitants with her loving hands. With each gesture, she carved the mountains, filled the rivers, and painted the landscapes with vibrant colors. The earth is alive with her energy, a pulsating rhythm of creation, destruction, and renewal. Her breath can be felt in the wind, her heartbeat in the thumping of the earth. As dusk falls, the shadows stretch long, and a haunting melody fills the air, a reminder of the spirits that roam the land. The stories of the Earth Mother are often filled with tragedy too, a reflection of the struggles faced. Her children, the people, are inextricably linked to her fate. When the land suffers, she weeps, and her tears become the floods that wash away the pain of neglect. Communities gather to honor her, to offer thanks, and seek forgiveness. Rituals abound, weaving a tapestry of culture and spirituality that binds them to the earth. There's a tale of the rainbow serpent, a powerful figure that embodies both creation and destruction. It's said that when the Earth Mother felt the weight of sorrow from her children, she transformed into the rainbow, lighting up the sky. The colors cascade like a waterfall, promising renewal and hope after the storm. It's a reminder that even in the darkest times, beauty can emerge. The rainbow serpent, in its fluid grace, is a symbol of the interconnectedness of all things, of how the Earth Mother nurtures her creation. In the hustle and bustle of modern life, it's easy to forget the lessons these stories impart. The Earth Mother is still present, whispering through the leaves, her voice carried on the wind. She inspires artists, musicians, and storytellers, her tales echoing through time. Each brushstroke on a canvas, each note played on a string, reverberates with her spirit, reminding everyone of the sacredness of the land and the feminine energy that flows through it. As night descends and the stars twinkle above, the earth breathes softly, a lullaby that soothes the weary. The stories of the Earth Mother weave in and out of dreams, where she appears to guide and protect. Women gather, sharing their own tales of motherhood, strength, and resilience. They embody the spirit of the Earth Mother, passing down wisdom and love like a legacy, a thread connecting the past to the present. The tension in the air thickens as the stories transition from one to another, each revealing the multifaceted nature of the Earth Mother. She is a healer, a warrior, a source of nourishment, and a fierce protector. In every act of kindness, in every moment of courage, her spirit is present. The voice of the Earth Mother is an echoing call, urging her children to remember their roots, to honor the land, and to embrace the strength within. And then, just as the warmth of the fire begins to fade, a profound silence blankets the night, leaving room for the echoes of the past to intertwine with the present. The stories continue to flow, each revealing more of the connection between the Earth Mother and her children, the lessons that have stood the test of time, waiting to be told again. There is no end, only a continuation of reverence, of love, of a bond that transcends time and space, a reminder that the earth's heartbeat is forever entwined with the spirit of the feminine. Under a sky painted in twilight hues, a small village lay nestled between whispering trees and shimmering waters. In this quiet space, an ancient tale flickered to life. As villagers gathered around a crackling fire, their faces alive with the glow of stories long told. They spoke not just of the land and its bounty, but of the creatures that roamed it, each animal steeped in meaning and magic, their spirits intertwined with the very essence of life itself. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the night itself held its breath. It was here, in this sacred circle, that the stories of wolves, eagles, snakes, and bears ignited the minds of young and old alike. The villagers understood that these animals were more than mere beings. They were messengers, guardians, and embodiments of powerful forces. The wolf, with its piercing gaze, was feared and revered, symbolizing loyalty and the unbreakable bonds of family. Its howl echoed through the valleys, a haunting reminder of the wild spirit that could not be tamed. In another corner of the earth, ancient Egyptians gazed upon the feline grace of the domestic cat, revered as sacred beings. The goddess Bastet, with the body of a woman and the head of a lioness, embodied protection, fertility, and the fierce independence of the cat. Each purr held a whisper of the divine, a promise that the unseen world was but a heartbeat away. As the sun set, shadows danced on the walls of their homes, reminding them that the spirits of these animals lingered close, watching over their lives. Farther north, in the icy realms of the Inuit, the great polar bear was both a fearsome predator and a symbol of introspection. Legends told of shamans who could transcend realms, guided by the strength of this magnificent creature. The bear became a bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds, a reminder of the power within and the importance of solitude and reflection. When the hunts were difficult and food scarce, the villagers whispered prayers to the bear, seeking guidance and understanding. Across the vast plains of the American Midwest, the mighty buffalo roamed, embodying abundance and the interconnectedness of all life. To the Native American tribes, the buffalo represented not just sustenance, but a sacred relationship with the earth. They honored this great beast in ceremonies that echoed the rhythm of the seasons, feeling the pulse of life that surged through every hoofprint left upon the soil. The buffalo taught them humility and gratitude, a reminder that they were merely stewards of this world, not its masters. In the dense forests of both Asia and Africa, the elephant commanded respect and awe. With their monumental size and gentle spirits, elephants symbolized wisdom, memory, and family bonds that spanned generations. The stories shared in the moonlight spoke of matriarchs leading their herds through perilous journeys, their strength underscored by a deep emotional intelligence that resonated within the hearts of those who learned to listen. The connection between humans and elephants became a tapestry, woven with threads of reverence, understanding, and shared destiny. As the fires crackled and the stories unfurled, like a tapestry of dreams, a powerful undercurrent began to weave through the night. Tales of transformation emerged, where humans sometimes took on the forms of animals, adopting their strengths and wisdom. The shapeshifters of legends were not mere fanciful creations. They served as a reminder of the fluidity of existence and the bond that transcended species. With every transformation, there was a lesson learned, a call to embody the virtues of courage, empathy, and resilience. In the depths of forgotten temples, ancient murals whispered of the serpent, a creature both feared and revered. As the guardian of the underworld in many cultures, the serpent represented rebirth and the cyclical nature of life. From its shedding skin came the understanding that transformation was not merely a possibility, but an inevitability. The tails of the serpent curled around the hearts of the people, evoking awe and fear as they contemplated their own journeys through darkness and light. Yet, the stories were not without shadows. A restless unease lingered as the world changed and the bonds between humans and nature frayed. The myths that once provided comfort began to fade, overshadowed by the relentless march of progress. The echoes of howling wolves and the whispers of the great bears grew distant, replaced by the cacophony of modernity. Villagers felt the loss acutely, as if the spirits of the animals were retreating into the shadows, leaving behind a world that yearned for connection and understanding. But even in this time of uncertainty, sparks of hope ignited. Children gathered in circle, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to their elders. They carried the stories, their voices carrying the weight of tradition and the promise of renewal. The connection with the spiritual significance of animals began to stir once more, lighting a fire in their hearts. The wisdom of the wolf, the grace of the cat, the strength of the bear, they all held a place in their imaginations, waiting to be awakened. With each retelling, the emotional threads grew stronger, weaving a tapestry of resilience and love. The villagers began to understand that the animals were not just remnants of myth. They were living symbols of the spirit of the earth, urging humanity to remember its roots and its responsibilities. The stories shaped their dreams, guiding them toward a future where they could honor the past while embracing the present. And so, the flickering flames illuminated the faces of those gathered, their hearts swelling with a renewed sense of purpose. They realized that the bond with animals was not lost. It was merely waiting to be rekindled. In this sacred space, the whispers of the ancient tales echoed, resonating with a depth of emotion that cut through the cold air like a blade. The fire crackled and danced, and in that moment, they all felt an unbreakable connection to the creatures that had walked alongside them through the ages, their spirits intertwined in an eternal embrace. As the night deepened, a shared understanding began to infuse the air. The villagers knew that the next chapter awaited, rich with possibilities and the promise of renewal. They could feel it, an undeniable energy coursing through the circle, urging them to carry forth the stories of animals and the lessons they bestowed. In the fading light of the fire, the connection between humanity and the wild was not just remembered. It was alive, vibrant, and unyielding. The call of the animals echoed in their hearts, weaving the past into the present, guiding them toward a future where the spirit of the earth would once again thrive in harmony with all its creatures. In a small clearing illuminated by dappled sunlight, a group of people gathered, their faces a tapestry of emotions, anticipation, pride, and reverence. At the center stood a towering totem, its intricate carvings telling stories of ancestors long gone, their spirits forever entwined with the wood. The totem was more than just a piece of art. It represented a community, a lineage, and a way of life. The air was thick with history and the weight of all that it symbolized. As the wind whispered through the trees, it carried with it the echoes of generations past. Each carving on the totem was a tale waiting to be told. The bear, with its fierce gaze, represented strength and courage, a guardian spirit that had protected the tribe through times of hardship. The eagle, soaring high above, symbolized freedom and vision, encouraging the people to rise above their struggles and embrace their destiny. This was not merely wood, It was the very essence of who they were. Totems had long served as anchors for identity and belonging among numerous cultures. Among Native American tribes, the totem was a sacred object, often intricately carved from cedar, and each symbol etched into its surface held profound meaning. A family might claim a specific totem, one that mirrored their values and history, creating a bond that tied them together through the ages. Each member of the family bore the weight of that identity on their shoulders, a badge of honor passed down through generations. In the shadows of the towering evergreens, a young girl named Ayana stood transfixed. Her heart raced as she traced her fingers along the rough surface of the totem, feeling the grooves that told stories of bravery and resilience. The elders had gathered to share tales, and she leaned in, eager to listen. With every word spoken, the totem seemed to come alive, pulsating with the rhythm of her ancestors' hearts. The stories were filled with triumph and tragedy, laughter and tears, and Ayana felt each emotion swell within her. A distant thunder of drums began to beat, reverberating through the clearing, pulling everyone deeper into the moment. It was a call to honor their shared past. As the rhythmic sound grew louder, the crowd swayed, caught between the grip of history and the promise of the future. Ayana could feel the weight of her lineage pressing down on her, a mix of pride and responsibility. The totem was her link to her roots. It was her story, and she was determined to carry it forward. In contrast, not all gatherings around totems were joyous. The specter of loss loomed heavy over some communities, where displacement had severed the ties that bound them to their totems. The totem that once stood proud and tall was now hidden away, a relic of a past that felt like a dream. The people who had once danced around its base now found themselves wandering, searching for a sense of belonging in a world that had forgotten them. Such stories were woven with threads of sorrow and longing, the ache of identity slipping through fingers like sand. But even in loss, the power of totems remained. They served as reminders of resilience, urging communities to reclaim their narratives. As people sought to reconnect with their roots, totems became symbols of hope, guiding them back to their true selves. In urban landscapes, where concrete swallowed nature, individuals sought to recreate their totemic significance, crafting new symbols that resonated with their experiences. This journey back to identity was not always easy, often fraught with conflict, but it was necessary. Ayana, now a young woman, began to see the totem in a new light. It was not just a part of her history, it was a living entity, a source of strength that urged her to speak her truth. The stories she had learned as a child echoed in her mind, driving her to share her own narrative. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she stood before the totem, surrounded by the community, ready to tell her tale. Her voice trembled, but she spoke with the ferocity of the bear, the vision of the eagle guiding her words. As she recounted her experiences of growing up, navigating the complexities of modern life while holding on to her heritage, the crowd hung on every word. They felt her struggles, her triumphs, and the complexities of finding a balance between two worlds. It was in her vulnerability that they found their strength, a collective heartbeat rising to the surface, echoing the stories of their ancestors. The presence of the totem enveloped them, a reminder of their shared identity. In that moment, they were not alone, but a woven fabric of stories, each thread vibrant and essential to the whole. The totem stood witness to this beautiful tapestry of belonging, a bridge connecting the past with the present, and it beckoned for more stories to be shared. As Ayana finished her tale, the night erupted into a chorus of voices, each person eager to add their own chapter to the living history that the totem represented. The air was electric, charged with emotions that flowed like a river, carrying laughter and tears alike. The elders nodded in approval, their eyes shining with unshed tears, knowing that the spirit of the totem thrived through the generations that had gathered around it. Yet, as the moon rose high in the sky, a cloud of uncertainty loomed over the clearing. The totem, though mighty and sacred, faced challenges that threatened its existence. Outside, forces sought to erase the very identities that the totem safeguarded. As whispers of change stirred in the winds, the community felt the urgency of their task, to protect their stories, to ensure that the totem would stand strong, no matter the storms that approached. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the totem, a new chapter began, one of activism, unity, and strength. Ayana and her community stood ready, their hearts thrumming in unison, the pulse of their ancestors guiding them forward. The totem, with its carved symbols and rich history, remained a beacon of hope, a testament to the unyielding spirit of identity and belonging. The stories would continue to flow, each voice adding depth to the narrative, each moment a reminder that they were, and always would be, intertwined with the sacred wood that towered above them. Beneath the endless sky, the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over the sprawling landscape, whispering ancient tales of the land. Each hill, each river, and every stretch of earth breathed life into the very essence of the Dreamtime, the profound spiritual history of the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. As the shadows lengthened, the earth sang a song that resonated with the heartbeat of creation itself. This was the sacred map of songlines, woven by the ancestors who walked these lands long before the first European stepped foot upon this vast continent. These songlines were not mere trails. They were intricate pathways of knowledge, connecting people to the land, to each other, and to the cosmos. They told stories of creation, of animals, plants, and the spirits that governed the world. Each note carried by the wind, each ripple in the water, echoed these stories, a reminder of the sacred duty to honor and protect the earth. As dusk settled, the air thickened with emotion, a sacred magic gripping the hearts of those who understood the significance of these ancient paths. Each pathway crisscrossed through valleys and over mountains, mapping the journeys of ancestral beings who traveled across the land, leaving behind songs and stories as they went. The rainbow serpent, a powerful symbol of creation, slithered through the earth, carving rivers and shaping the very fabric of existence. As children gathered around the flickering fire, their eyes wide with wonder, elders recounted tales of how the first people sang the world into being. The sweet, smoky aroma of bush tucker wafted through the air, mingling with the rhythm of the stories that danced around the flames, pulling listeners closer, igniting their spirits. As the stories unfolded, a visceral connection to the land emerged. It was as if the earth beneath their feet pulsed with life, each rock, tree, and waterhole a repository of history. This connection was palpable, resonating in the chests of those who listened. They felt the weight of their ancestors' footsteps, tracing the paths like invisible threads binding them to a time that was both long past and ever present. The songlines were not just about navigation. They were about identity, community, and the very essence of existence. The tension heightened when the elders spoke of the spirit beings, the guardians of the land, who watched over the songlines. These beings, steeped in mystery, were believed to give the earth its voice. Tales of the clever man, the wise healer who could communicate with these spirits, sent shivers down spines. His songs could summon rain or invoke the spirits for a successful hunt. The weight of responsibility was immense. To sing the wrong note could mean the difference between life and death. The very air seemed charged with anticipation, an electric current sparking imaginations and stoking the fire of tradition. As night enveloped the land, a deep silence fell, broken only by the crackle of burning wood. The moon rose, casting a silvery light that shimmered on the faces gathered around the fire. In that moment, they were not just narrators of folklore, but the living embodiment of their culture, a continuum of ancient wisdom passed down through generations. With each story, their ancestors came alive. It was an emotional tapestry woven with joy, sorrow, hope, and resilience. The notion of belonging echoed in their hearts. They were not mere inhabitants of the land. They were its stewards. The songlines mapped their history and their future, a reminder that every footstep on this sacred earth was a part of a larger narrative. The ancestors walked beside them, guiding them through laughter and tears, teaching them the importance of living in harmony with nature. Yet, as the night deepened, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. The world beyond the sacred lands was changing, and whispers of a new arrival echoed in the distance. They were reminded of the time when the first ships appeared on the horizon, bringing with them a storm that would forever alter their existence. The clash of cultures loomed like a dark cloud, threatening to erase the songs of the land, to drown out the stories that had endured for millennia. As the elders continued their tales, their voices grew somber. They spoke of the dislocation, of the ways the songlines were disrupted, of the struggle to keep traditions alive in a world that often turned a blind eye to their significance. The emotions swelled within the gathering, a tapestry of anger, sadness, and unyielding hope. They knew they stood at a crossroads, a pivotal moment in their history. Their songs needed to be sung louder, their stories told with fervor, lest they fade into the silence of forgotten lore. In that moment of reflection, a young girl rose, her spirit ignited with the fire of her ancestors. Her voice rang out, bright and clear, piercing the thick tension in the air. She sang a new song, a blend of the old and the new, weaving together the wisdom of her forebears with the dreams of a future yet to be written. The song, rich with emotion, wrapped around the hearts of her elders, lifting them, reminding them that the spirit of the songlines would endure no matter the challenges that lay ahead. The stars twinkled above, like the eyes of the ancestors watching over them, and in that moment of unity, it became clear that the songlines would continue to pulse with life. They were more than just paths on a map. They were the veins of a living, breathing culture, forever entwined with the land that birthed them. The stories would not end. They would transition seamlessly into the next chapter, reverberating through the ages as a testament to resilience, love, and the unbreakable bond between people and their sacred earth. The flicker of flames danced in the dark, casting shadows that twisted and turned like restless spirits. In a world without light, it was the fire that breathed life into the night, illuminating the faces of those huddled around it, their eyes wide with wonder and trepidation. A crackle, a pop, and a hiss pulled them closer, wrapping them in warmth, a protective cocoon against the chilling unknown that lurked just beyond the circle of glow. Fire was not just a tool, it was a god, a guardian, a fierce protector, and a wild beast that could either warm the heart or consume the unwary. Myths wrapped around its origins like the smoke that spiraled into the sky. Each tale passed down through generations, nourishing the mind as much as fire nourished the body. In the flickering light, ancient stories were born, each one imbued with the essence of humanity itself. In the early days, when humans were little more than fragile beings, they looked at fire with a mixture of dread and fascination. How did it come to be? Some whispered that it fell from the heavens, a gift from the gods, while others spoke of Prometheus, the titan who stole fire from Olympus, defying the divine to bring warmth and light to mankind. Each tale breathed life into the flickering flames, turning it into an object of worship and reverence. Their voices mingled in the night, a harmonious blend of fear and awe. "Fire is our ally," one elder would proclaim, his hand raised as if to touch the stars above. "It gives us life, warmth, and the power to forge tools that shape our destinies." The listeners nodded, their faces illuminated by the golden glow, each heartbeat resonating with the truth of his words. Yet another voice, trembling with uncertainty, would remind them, "But it can destroy. It can take everything we love in an instant." Such was the dual nature of fire, creator and destroyer, savior and villain. Around the campfire, stories of great conflagrations seeped into the fabric of their existence. The tales of villages swallowed whole by flames, of forests turned to ash, and of people fleeing in terror became part of their shared history. Yet amid the destruction, there were stories of rebirth. After the fire raged, life would return, new plants sprouting from the charred earth, resilient and vibrant. It was a cycle that mirrored the human experience itself: loss and renewal, despair and hope. In those moments, the fire crackled louder, as if it too understood the weight of the stories woven around it. A child, eyes wide and innocent, gazed into the flames and asked, "Why do we need fire?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of its simplicity. The elder chuckled softly, the sound echoing like the rustling of leaves. "Fire teaches us," he said, each word deliberate. "It shows us the beauty of creation and the danger of our desires. It reminds us that we are both fragile and powerful." As the tales continued, they wove in threads of mythology that transcended borders, cultures, and ages. The Aborigines spoke of Chilbruka, a spirit who brought fire to the earth, while the Greeks celebrated Hephaestus, the master craftsman who forged weapons and wonders. In Indian folklore, Agni, the god of fire, was revered as a purveyor of life and light. Across continents, the flame served as a bridge between the mundane and the divine, a common thread that bound humanity together. It was in the stillness of the night that the truth of fire's essence hung most heavily. The tension in the air thickened, like the smoke curling above their heads. Fire was not just a spark, it was a catalyst for change, an agent of evolution. It allowed humanity to transcend its limitations, to cook food and craft tools, to ward off the darkness and extend the day. It ignited creativity, sending sparks of inspiration into the hearts of artists, poets, and dreamers. But with this power came consequences, a delicate balance that could so easily tip. The myths morphed into warnings, stories of overreach and hubris echoing through the ages. A young man, driven by ambition, sought to harness fire's might, dreaming of creating a new world. He fashioned larger and hotter flames, seeking glory, and in his pursuit, he ignited a blaze that ran wild, consuming everything in its path. The elders spoke of him with both pity and dread. as a cautionary tale for future generations. The flames flickered and danced, mirroring the tension in the air, and the stories flowed on, unending, around the fire. Every crackle became a heartbeat, every glow a memory. The fire was alive, a living testament to humanity's journey through fear and triumph. Each person present felt the weight of history resting upon their shoulders, the stories entwining with their very being, sparking a sense of shared purpose that ignited their souls. As the night wore on, a chill crept in, wrapping around them like a cold embrace, but the fire stood strong. It was a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope could rise anew, just like the flames that leaped higher, fueled by the very stories that kept them warm. In those embers, they saw reflections of their ancestors, their struggles, their victories, and the unyielding spirit that had brought them to this point in time. The tales hung in the air, like the last wisps of smoke, lingering and haunting, waiting to be told again. There was no end to the stories of fire, for with every generation, new flames ignited new myths, each one a reflection of the age-old battle between creation and destruction. As the night deepened and the shadows lengthened, the flickering fire remained at the center, a beacon of life and a reminder of the stories yet to be told. The tension rose in the air, crackling like the flames themselves, hinting at the adventures that lay ahead, the myths still waiting to be born. Under the vast expanse of an Australian night sky, the Milky Way sprawls like a shimmering river of stars, each flicker a heartbeat in the silence. The moon hangs low, a luminous guardian of secrets whispered through generations. Around a flickering fire, a group of Aboriginal elders sits, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, their voices resonating with stories that echo the very essence of their culture. For them, the celestial bodies are not mere points of light. They are living beings, woven into the fabric of existence, each with its own tale. One elder, with eyes like pools of wisdom, gestures toward the moon. That is Nguri, the mother, he begins, his voice a melody of reverence and awe. In her light, we find guidance and comfort. She watches over us, her silver glow a reminder of the paths we walk. The fire crackles, sending sparks spiraling into the night as the listeners lean in, captivated by the magic of the moment. As the story unfolds, the moon's phases are likened to the cycles of life itself: birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. The elder speaks of how their ancestors believed that Nguri walked among them during the full moon, her footsteps leaving trails of light across the land. Children were told that on certain nights, if they listened closely, they could hear her whispering secrets of the universe, urging them to respect the earth and all its creatures. Curiosity dances in the eyes of the young ones, their imaginations ignited. Then, the elder's voice shifts, taking on a more somber tone as he recounts the tale of the 7 sisters, the Pleiades. These sisters, he explains, were once beautiful maidens, pursued by a relentless hunter. In their desperation, they ascended to the sky, seeking refuge from his grasp. The fire flickers with intensity, mirroring the tension in the air. The children gasp, their hearts racing as they envision the hunter below, straining to reach what he could never possess. The elder's voice grows fierce with passion. Even now, you can see them escaping his shadow, forever dancing in the night, reminding us that freedom is worth the fight. The stories weave together, forming a tapestry of belief where the stars serve as guides and guardians. Each constellation holds significance, a lesson wrapped in a myth. The Southern Cross, for example, is more than a star formation. It is a compass for travelers, a symbol of hope for those lost in the vast wilderness. In ancient times, the stars were a map, leading tribes to waterholes and safe havens. The elders' voices rise and fall, painting vivid images of ancestors navigating by the stars, their spirits entwined with the celestial bodies above. As the night deepens, the atmosphere thickens with emotion. The elder shares the sorrowful tale of the moon and her waning light, a symbol of loss and longing. When she fades, it is not merely a sign of time passing, he says, pulling the group into a solemn silence. It is a reminder of those we have lost, those whose spirits still wander among us. Tears glisten in the eyes of the listeners, the weight of the stories settling on their hearts like a heavy blanket. Around the fire, a young girl looks up at the moon, her small hand reaching toward it. "Will she come back?" she whispers, her voice trembling. The elder nods, a hint of a smile breaking through his solemnity. "Yes, little one. Just as the moon returns, so do the spirits of our ancestors. They watch over us, guiding us until we meet again." The warmth of the fire contrasts with the cool night air, a protective cocoon against the darkness. Yet, the stories are not just about sadness. They are vibrant with life and joy. The elder shares how the stars can be seen as ancestors themselves, twinkling down on their descendants. The younger members of the group lean closer, entranced by the promise of connection that spans time and space. Suddenly, a shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and fleeting. The collective gasp is palpable, a moment of magic suspended in time. "It's a sign!" one of the children shouts, eyes wide with excitement. "Make a wish." They all close their eyes, hearts racing with hopes and dreams. The elder smiles knowingly, for wishes in the Aboriginal culture are tied to the stars, believed to carry messages to the spirit world. With the fire crackling around them, the night stretches on, filled with laughter and stories that bend and twist through time. Each star becomes a character, each tale a thread in the fabric of their culture. The elders pass down the wisdom of their ancestors, their voices rising and falling like the tide, each story a wave that crashes against the shores of time. The moon watches silently, her presence a constant reminder of the past and a beacon for the future. As the group shares their fears and dreams, the connection to the cosmos deepens, revealing that they are not just mere mortals bound to the earth, but part of something far larger. The universe is alive, teeming with energy and emotion, and they are woven into its vast tapestry. As the first light of dawn begins to peek over the horizon, the fire's glow dimming, the stories continue to flow. The elder, with a voice that carries the weight of ages, leans in closer, speaking of the stars that speak to them, guiding them through every season. Love, loss, courage, and hope are stitched together in a beautifully tangled narrative that refuses to end, the moon and stars forever watching over their sacred tales. This connection to the cosmos, alive with stories and emotions, pulses with a rhythm that transcends time, drawing them in deeper. Each story, a stepping stone, leading to the next. Each night, sky a canvas, waiting to be painted with the colors of their lives. As the sun rises, casting golden beams across the land, the promise of another night glimmers in the distance, filled with the unknown, yet so familiar, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the flickering shadows of a campfire, nestled within the embrace of a vast forest, a figure danced with an almost magnetic charm. His laughter, a blend of mischief and wisdom, twinkled like stars ready to spill their secrets. This was no ordinary man. He was a trickster, a master of cunning, weaving stories that ensnared hearts and minds alike. With each twist of his tale, he summoned emotions, igniting goosebumps on the skin of those who listened. Across cultures and ages, tricksters have emerged as powerful symbols of ingenuity. From Anansi the spider in West African folklore to Loki in Norse mythology, each figure embodies a blend of cleverness and chaos. They are the clever fools, the wise jesters who turn the world upside down, challenging the norms and inviting laughter and reflection in equal measure. Their stories often blur the lines between right and wrong, captivating audiences with moral complexities. Among the tales, the story of Coyote stands out, a figure revered by many Native American tribes. Coyote is not just a trickster, he is a creator and a destroyer, a force of nature with an unpredictable spirit. In one telling, he steals fire from the sun, igniting flames of warmth and light for his people. Yet, in his greed, he loses control, setting the world ablaze. This duality evokes a shiver of realization. Wisdom often walks hand in hand with folly. In the vast landscapes of ancient cultures, the trickster figure often emerges when the world seems bleak. During lean times, when hope is a distant flicker, tales of cunning heroes who outsmart giants, gods, or fate itself offer solace. The tale of Breyer Rabbit, who uses his wits to escape the clutches of Breyer Fox, resonates with a timeless truth. Sometimes, brains outsmart brawn. The very essence of survival is captured in the laughter of the rabbit, echoing in hearts long after the story ends. As the night deepens, the flickering flames cast long shadows, and the air thickens with anticipation. With a sly twist, the trickster often reveals a profound lesson hidden beneath layers of humor. In one tale, the cunning fox outsmarts a greedy farmer who hoards all the crops, reminding listeners that greed can lead to one's downfall. Each story, while sprinkled with laughter, carries a weight that lingers in the silence that follows. The ancient Egyptians revered the god Thoth, often depicted as a baboon or an ibis, who was not merely a deity of wisdom, but also a trickster who played with the rules of the universe. His cunning was revered, for it brought balance to chaos. In one myth, he played a pivotal role in the contest for the throne of Egypt, showing that intelligence and wit can tip the scales in favor of the seemingly weak. Such tales capture the essence of struggle, the dance between power and intellect, drawing listeners into a whirlwind of emotion. In the misty hills of Ireland, the legend of the leprechaun captivates with its playful charm. These diminutive creatures, guardians of hidden gold, are masters of deception. They lead wanderers on wild chases, only to slip through fingers at the last moment, leaving behind laughter and a sense of wonder. Yet, beneath the playful facade, tales of leprechauns remind us that fortune favors the clever. It's a game of wits, leaving hearts racing with excitement and a touch of frustration. As the campfire crackles, the stories flow like rivers, weaving connections between the past and present. They echo through the ages, revealing that the trickster is not bound by time or geography. Every culture has its own version of this figure, each reflecting the wisdom and folly of humanity. The Native American trickster, the African spider, the cunning Greek Hermes, all share a common thread, reminding us of our complex nature. Tension mounts as the tales grow more intense. The trickster's antics lead to chaos, but they also bring about transformation. In one story, a young girl learns from a wise old tortoise who plays tricks on her to teach her patience and humility. With every twist, tension builds, and the girl realizes that the journey of learning is more valuable than the end goal. Emotions surge as listeners feel the tug of war between frustration and enlightenment. Suddenly, the mood shifts. The trickster faces consequences for his actions. In a gripping tale, the mischievous raven steals food from the villagers, only to find himself trapped in a net. The tension hangs thick in the air as he devises a clever escape plan, transforming his folly into wisdom. This moment of peril strikes at the heart, evoking sympathy and admiration for the trickster's resilience. The laughter turns to gasps as the raven's quick thinking saves him, proving that even in moments of despair, ingenuity shines brightest. As the fire dims and embers glow softly, the stories begin to intertwine. The lessons learned from one trickster echo in the tales of another. The cunning of Anansi resonates with the cleverness of Coyote, creating a rich tapestry of wisdom that binds the listeners together. With each tale, hearts race, fingers fidget, and eyes widen in anticipation of what comes next. And just as the last tale seems to fade into the night, a new whisper emerges, hinting at further adventures. The trickster, with his sly grin and glinting eyes, beckons to the audience. He is not finished yet. There are more stories to share, more lessons to learn. The tension simmers, leaving only a sense of wonder and the promise that the dance of cunning and wisdom will continue. The fire crackles, and the shadows beckon them to lean in closer, eager for the stories that lay just beyond the flickering glow. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the ancient cave walls, whispering stories of times long forgotten. The crackling flames illuminated the faces of those huddled close, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. They had gathered to hear the tale of how it all began, the story that would echo through generations, igniting both curiosity and dread. The first people, those mythical beings who walked the earth before time had a name, were said to have emerged from the womb of the earth itself. Some believed they were born from the stars, their very essence woven from the stardust of the cosmos. Others claimed they were sculpted from the clay of the riverbanks, shaped by the hands of the gods. The air was thick with anticipation as the storyteller, an elder with hair like silver threads, leaned in closer. Long ago, he began, his voice low and steady. There was nothing but darkness. The sun had yet to rise, and the moon was but a dream. In this void, a great spirit stirred. It took a breath, and from that breath, the first spark ignited, filling the world with light. The listeners leaned forward, caught in the web of his words. As the tale unfolded, a vivid image formed in their minds. They saw the first people, fragile yet resilient, with skin as rich as the earth and eyes that shimmered like water under the sun. They moved through the world with a sense of wonder, discovering fire, crafting tools from stones, and communicating in sounds that would birth languages yet to come. But life was not without strife. The elder's tone shifted, casting a shadow over the flickering light. But darkness has a way of creeping in, does it not? For every light, there is a shadow, and with their awakening came the trials of survival. They battled fierce beasts, weathered storms that threatened to tear their world apart, and faced a relentless hunger that gnawed at their bellies. Gasps filled the air, the tension rising with each word. In one haunting passage, the elder spoke of a great beast, a creature of nightmares, with eyes like burning coals. It hunted the first people, stalking them through the dense forests and across the open plains. It was in that moment of terror, the elder continued, that they discovered their power. They banded together, their voices rising in a primal call that echoed through the mountains. United by fear, they became something greater, something fierce. He paused, letting the weight of those words settle like stones in their hearts. The flicker of the fire wavered, and for a moment, the cave was steeped in silence, broken only by the crackle of wood and the hurried breaths of the captivated audience. They could almost feel the heat of the flames in the air around them, the adrenaline coursing through their veins as they envisioned the first people standing shoulder to shoulder, defiant against the darkness. Then the elder's voice softened, guiding them to the moments of tenderness that shaped the essence of humanity. In the midst of struggle, love blossomed. As they shared their spoils, celebrated their victories, and mourned their losses, they forged bonds that would become the very fabric of existence. The flames danced higher, casting an ethereal glow as the audience imagined the warmth of hands held tight, the laughter of children echoing in the dusk. But darkness was never far behind. The elder moved on to the stories of betrayal and doubt, where fear sowed seeds of division among the first people. In their quest for survival, they turned against each other, driven by mistrust and the hunger for power. Families were torn apart. Friendships shattered as accusations flew like arrows in the night. The tension in the air thickened, and the audience could feel the weight of sorrow pressing down on their hearts. In a moment of sheer desperation, the first people found themselves at a crossroads. The elder spoke of a night where the moon shone brighter than ever before, illuminating a path that would either lead to redemption or ruin. It was then that they realized, amidst the chaos, they had forgotten the essence of what it meant to be human. His voice trembled with emotion. They had to choose to fight against their nature or to embrace it. As the story unfolded, the listeners felt a surge of hope. The first people chose to come together, to mend the broken bonds that had once tied them in love and sisterhood. With tears of reconciliation glistening in their eyes, they gathered around a sacred fire, sharing their stories, their fears, and their dreams. They cried, laughed, and danced together, awakening the spirit of unity that had once guided their ancestors. Yet, no tale of origins is complete without its echoes of sorrow. Just as their unity was blossoming, a great flood threatened to wash their newfound harmony away. The sky turned dark, and torrents of rain fell from the heavens, turning rivers into raging beasts. The elder's voice grew urgent, as if he felt the rising waters even now. They had to act swiftly, for the tide of despair was upon them. With frantic hearts, the first people gathered their loved ones, their most cherished possessions, and raced against time to find higher ground. They faced the tempest with courage, their voices rising above the roar of the storm, singing songs of hope, of resilience, and of love. The walls of the cave around them seemed to shudder with the power of those ancient melodies, a calling that transcended time, urging them to remember that they were not alone. As the storm raged on, the earth trembled beneath them, shaking the very foundation of existence. The elder's words, laden with urgency, wove through the air like a thread binding the fabric of their fate. In those moments of despair, they discovered the strength that lay within. They learned that survival was not just about the flesh, but about the spirit, the heart that beats for one another. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, yet the air was thick with emotion, fear, love, and an unyielding will to survive. The elder's voice carried them through the storm as their minds painted vivid scenes of the first people standing together against the raging flood. their hearts intertwined in a promise of hope. And just when it seemed they might be swept away, the first people emerged from the tempest, transformed. They stood on the other side, not just as survivors, but as a community bound by the trials they had faced. From the ashes of despair, the elder proclaimed, rose a new dawn, a promise that they would carry forth into the ages. The fire crackled, the shadows danced, and the audience was left breathless, caught in the spell of their shared humanity, a thread that tied the past to the present and stretched toward an uncertain future. The stories whispered on the cave walls hinted at the next chapter, a journey that would stretch beyond the flickering firelight into the vast unknown where the origins of humanity awaited, calling them forward with an irresistible magnetism. The night was far from over, and the fire burned brighter than ever as they leaned in, eager to hear what would unfold next. In the quiet of dawn, when the first light breaks over the horizon, the land stirs with a heartbeat. Every rock, every river, every tree whispers stories known only to those who listen closely. For Aboriginal peoples, this land is not just a place to live. It is a sacred entity, a living tapestry woven with the threads of their ancestors' dreams and struggles. The connection to country runs through their veins as deeply as the ancient roots of the trees that stand sentinel over the earth. Each sacred site holds a history, rich and profound, echoing the voices of generations past. The stars shimmer with ancestral spirits, guiding the footsteps of those who tread softly upon this sacred ground. They tell of creation and custodianship, of the dream time, the time when the earth was shaped by the actions of ancestral beings. It is a time woven into the very fabric of the landscape, where hills and rivers are not merely geographical features, but the footprints and resting places of spirits. Every shadow cast by a towering eucalyptus or the gentle curve of a riverbank is alive with meaning, a reminder of the stories that began long before the first European settlers arrived. As the sun rises higher, illuminating the contours of the land, the air crackles with energy, a palpable sense of belonging. Elders gather, their faces lined with age, eyes sparkling with wisdom. They speak in soft tones, recounting the tales of the rainbow serpent who carved out the rivers and valleys, a reminder that the earth was shaped by forces both seen and unseen. It is a living narrative, one that transcends time, binding the past to the present. The bond between the people and the land is sacred. It is nurtured through rituals and ceremonies passed down through the ages. The corroboree, a vibrant display of song and dance, brings to life the stories of creation. The dancers, adorned with ochre and feathers, move gracefully, their movements echoing the rhythms of the earth. Each step is a prayer, a testament to their connection to country. Laughter mingles with the sounds of the didgeridoo, creating a symphony that resonates across the landscape. The spirits of the ancestors can be felt in the very air. Their laughter is a gentle breeze, encouraging the dancers to continue. Yet, beneath the vibrant celebrations lies a history fraught with sorrow. The arrival of colonizers brought devastation, a rupture in the sacred bond between the Aboriginal peoples and their country. The land was torn apart, sacred sites disrespected and destroyed, and the stories of the ancestors silenced. But through it all, the spirit of the land remained, resilient and unyielding. The ancient connection endured, igniting a fierce determination to reclaim what was lost, to revive the stories that had been buried beneath the weight of oppression. Today, the fight for recognition and respect for sacred sites continues. The land speaks through those who listen, urging them to honor the spirits that have dwelled there for millennia. The sacredness of the country is not merely a concept. It pulses with life, demanding reverence and understanding. As communities gather to protect their land, they stand united in their resolve, their voices rising like a chorus, echoing through valleys and across plains. In the shadows of ancient mountains, a young girl kneels, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of the earth. She can feel the stories beneath her fingertips, a connection that transcends time. With every breath, she inhales the wisdom of her ancestors. The weight of their hopes and dreams sits on her small shoulders, but she carries it with pride. She knows that she is a custodian of this land, just as her forebears were. The fire in her heart burns bright, fueled by the tales of those who came before her. As she rises, she looks toward the horizon, where the sun begins to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. These colors are not just beautiful, they are reminders of the spirits that dance in the twilight, beckoning her to remember. The earth sighs, and in that moment, she understands her place in this ever-unfolding story. She feels the weight of responsibility, but more than that, she feels the joy of belonging. The land is alive, and she is a part of it. On a nearby hill, a group of elders gather, their presence commanding respect. They share the stories of the dreaming, voices trembling with emotion. A profound silence falls over the group as they recount the tale of the Great Flood, a time when the land was washed away and only the highest peaks remained. It is a story that reminds them of the fragility of their existence, the delicate balance between the people and the land. Each word spoken is a seed planted in the hearts of the listeners, a reminder of their duty to protect this sacred space. The wind picks up, whispering through the branches, carrying with it the echoes of the past. It rustles the leaves and sends shivers down the spines of those who hear it. They close their eyes and listen, feeling the embrace of the spirits around them. The connection to country is a powerful force, a sacred bond that cannot be broken by time or distance. It is a reminder that they are not merely inhabitants of this land, but its guardians. As night falls and the stars emerge, the stories continue to flow, each tale woven into the fabric of the land. The flickering flames of the campfire illuminate the faces of the listeners, their eyes bright with anticipation and understanding. The land, vast and unyielding, cradles them in its embrace, a reminder that they are forever intertwined with its essence. The stories live on, echoing through time, preserving the sacred connection to country that defines their very existence. With every heartbeat of the earth, the connection to country deepens. The sacredness of the land transcends generations, beckoning forward those who are willing to listen, to honor, and to protect. The night wraps around them like a blanket, full of promise and possibility, as the stories continue to unfold, one breath at a time. The land waits, ready to share its secrets with those who dare to embrace its sacredness, to walk the path of their ancestors, and to carry the weight of their legacy into the dawn of a new day. The journey of connection is never-ending, and with each passing moment, the land breathes, alive with history, waiting to be honored. Underneath a moonlit sky, the flickering flames of a fire cast dancing shadows upon the gathered crowd. An air of expectancy buzzed, charged with energy and the weight of ancient traditions. The rhythmic sound of drums echoed, pulsing like the very heartbeat of the earth itself. In this sacred moment, a thin veil separated the ordinary from the extraordinary, the known from the unknown. Rituals were about to unfold, rituals that would tap into the very fabric of myth and memory, binding the past to the present in a tapestry of profound connection. Across the ages, from the sandy dunes of Egypt to the misty highlands of the Celts, rituals have served as conduits to the divine, powerful events designed to honor gods, celebrate the changing seasons, and mark significant life transitions. Each community, with its own unique beliefs and deities, created rituals that spoke to their collective heart. The rituals, often shrouded in mystery, were the lifeblood of their cultures, providing structure and meaning in a world that often felt chaotic. As the fire crackled, a shaman stepped forward, adorned with feathers and beads that shimmered in the firelight. His voice, deep and resonant, began to chant an ancient story, a story that had been passed down through generations. Each word was a thread, weaving a connection to ancestors, long gone but never forgotten. The gathered crowd listened in rapture, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the cadence of the chant. It was as if the very air hummed with the energy of spirits, a palpable reminder of the intertwined destinies of mortals and the divine. Rituals served many purposes, but at their core, they were a bridge between worlds. They allowed people to reach beyond the veil, to touch something greater than themselves. In ancient Greece, for example, the Eleusinian mysteries celebrated the cycle of life and death, with initiates undergoing profound experiences intended to reveal truths about existence itself. The rituals were not just performances, they were transformative events that promised rebirth and enlightenment. In the shadows of the towering pyramids of Giza, the ancient Egyptians performed rituals that honored their gods and assured a safe passage to the afterlife. The elaborate tombs were filled with artifacts, food, and treasures, all intended to accompany the deceased on their journey beyond. The rituals were steeped in meticulous details, each movement and word laden with significance, ensuring that the divine favor would shine upon them. The weight of history lingered in the air, heavy with the belief that these acts could change the course of eternity. Even in the verdant forests of the Celts, rituals bloomed like wildflowers in spring. They celebrated the cycles of nature, sowing seeds in spring, harvesting in autumn, and the dark, introspective moments of winter. Each season was a character in a grand play, and the rituals brought these characters to life. The lighting of bonfires during Beltane signified purification and protection, a fierce and joyous celebration that united communities in a shared belief in renewal. As flames licked the night sky, hearts swelled with hope and connection, a profound sense of belonging that transcended individual lives. But not all rituals were joyous. Some were born from deep sorrow and loss. The ancient Greeks held funerals steeped in rich tradition, where family and friends gathered to honor the deceased. Each act was filled with meaning. The lamentations, offerings of food, and libations poured out were all intended to soothe the restless spirit and ensure a safe journey to the afterlife. In those moments, the air would grow thick with grief, yet it was also filled with love and remembrance, creating a powerful emotional tapestry that bound the living to the dead. As the shaman continued to chant, the fire crackled fiercely and the flames leapt higher, seemingly alive with the stories being woven. The crowd was entranced, their breaths synchronized, their hearts racing. They were not mere spectators. They were participants in a ritual that demanded their full presence, that beckoned their very souls to awaken. The old stories, rich with passion, echoed through time, lighting a spark of recognition in the hearts of the listeners. In the midst of the ritual, a young girl stepped forward, her eyes wide and shining with innocence. Drawn by an unseen force, she approached the fire, captivated by the flickering lights and the shaman's voice. In her heart, she felt the pull of her ancestors, the weight of her lineage. It was a moment of awakening, a tiny thread connecting her to generations of women before her, who had danced, sung, and prayed for blessings. This girl, embodying the fresh promise of youth, felt the ancient energy wrap around her like a warm embrace. The shaman, sensing the shift, turned his gaze to her. His chant softened, becoming a lullaby that spoke directly to her spirit. The surrounding crowd held its breath, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. As the girl raised her arms, feeling the energy swirling around her, she understood that rituals were not just about the past. They were living, breathing entities that continued to evolve, shaping not only the world around them, but the very essence of who they were. And so, the night surged on, the boundaries of time blurring as the past and present intertwined. Each heartbeat echoed the memories of those who had come before, each flicker of the fire a reminder of the sacredness of life. In that moment, the rituals transcended their historical significance. They became the heartbeat of a culture, a lifeline that connected all present with the divine. The air was electric, filled with the weight of tradition and the light of possibility as the crowd swayed, lost in the magic and mystery that rituals continually weave into the fabric of existence. The stars blinked like distant candles in a cavernous dark, each one a whisper of forgotten dreams and untold stories. Beneath the vast canvas of the universe, time felt syrupy, stretching and contracting like an old clock, its hands caught in an eternal dance. It was here, in this boundless expanse, that the threads of existence twisted together, where the past and future intertwined in a tapestry of dreams. In the cool, shadowed corners of an ancient cave, a shaman sat cross-legged, surrounded by flickering flames. The firelight painted the walls with flickers of ancient symbols, secrets sketched by those who had walked the earth eons before. As he inhaled the fragrant smoke of sacred herbs, visions danced in his mind, glimpses of ancestors long gone, their lives echoing through the ages, begging to be remembered. Each face was a story woven into the fabric of his people. Their struggles and triumphs, a thread that connected them through time. A low drumbeat pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating through the cave, drawing the shaman deeper into the folds of his consciousness. With each beat, he was transported further. The past began to unfurl before him, like a scroll of endless wonders. He witnessed the first sunrise, the moment humanity stepped into the light of understanding. The air was thick with the scent of dew, and the earth thrummed with life. He sensed the awe of the first hunter, the thrill of discovery, the fear of the unknown. This was a time when dreams were tangible, when the whispers of the earth could be heard, and the spirits of ancestors walked among the living. As the visions shifted, the shaman found himself amidst a bustling marketplace of ancient Mesopotamia. The air was ripe with the smell of spices, the sounds of merchants hawking their wares, mixing with the laughter of children playing nearby. He felt the thrill of a girl named Enheduanna, daughter of the high priest, who would one day become the first known author in history. She moved with purpose, her heart racing as she prepared to write poetry that would transcend the ages, her words capturing the essence of love and longing, a bridge between the divine and the human. Yet, the dreams were not only of beauty, they twisted and turned, revealing shadows of war and despair. The shaman gasped as he witnessed the fall of empires, the cries of the oppressed echoing through the corridors of time. He saw the Roman legions march, shields shining, their cries a chorus of power and ambition. But with their triumph came the weight of sorrow, the anguish of those left behind, their dreams extinguished under the weight of conquest. The drumbeat quickened, and the shaman felt himself being pulled into the heart of a storm, a tempest of emotions, raw and unfiltered. He found himself in the midst of the French Revolution, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and the fervor of change. He felt the surge of hope in the hearts of revolutionaries, their dreams of liberty igniting the streets. Yet he also felt the cold sting of fear as the guillotine claimed lives. Dreams shattered in an instant, the echoes of despair mingling with the cries of joy. Time slipped and swirled around him like a river, and suddenly he was in a dimly lit room in Berlin, 1943. The walls trembled with tension as a group of resistance fighters huddled together, their faces grim yet determined. They were whispering about a dream of a world free from tyranny, a world where love would conquer hate. His heart raced with their conviction, and the shaman felt the weight of their sacrifices, the burden they bore in pursuit of an impossible dream. But with that weight came the chilling knowledge of betrayal that lurked in the shadows, ready to extinguish their hopes. With every vision, the shaman's breath quickened, and the drumbeat pulsed in his chest like a wild animal, desperate to escape. He saw the faces of those who had tried to bridge the chasm of time, artists and thinkers who dared to dream beyond their reality. Vincent van Gogh, with his swirling skies that captured the essence of his soul. Maya Angelou, whose words resonated with the strength of 1,000 hearts. And Albert Einstein, whose mind danced through the realms of possibility. Each one etched their dreams into the universe, their legacies intertwining with the very fabric of existence. In the midst of this whirlwind, a single thread caught his eye, a slender, shimmering line that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow. This was the dreaming, a continuum of time and space that connected all who had ever dared to dream. The shaman reached out, fingertips brushing against it, and suddenly, he was surrounded by an explosion of colors, emotions, and sensations. He felt the joy of a child's first steps, the quiet sorrow of a lover's farewell, the exhilarating rush of new beginnings, and the aching heaviness of loss. These were not just moments. They were the essence of humanity, a shared heartbeat that transcended time and space. The dreaming held within it the power to shape destinies and echo through the ages. The shaman realized that every dream, no matter how small, was a thread in this grand tapestry, each one important, each one necessary. And as he surrendered to the dreaming, he understood that the past was never truly gone. It lingered like a perfume in the air, a haunting melody that played on repeat in the corners of the heart. The echoes of laughter, the sighs of longing, the whispers of hope, they all coalesced into a single moment, a bridge between what was and what could be. The drumbeat slowed, and the fire flickered low, casting long shadows against the cave walls. But in that stillness, a new rhythm began to emerge, one tinged with urgency and anticipation. The shaman could sense the future calling, a symphony of dreams yet to unfold. As he opened his eyes, the flickering flames reflected a world on the brink of change, a kaleidoscope of possibilities waiting to burst forth. With every heartbeat, the dreaming pulsed, a reminder that time was not a straight line, but a vast, intricate web. As he stood to step out of the cave, the air crackled with energy, and the stars twinkled above, alive with the promise of dreams waiting to be born. This was just the beginning. The continuum of time and space awaited, ready to draw in those who dared to dream. The wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the weight of countless stories untold. Each rustling leaf felt like a voice from the past, echoing in the stillness of the twilight. Somewhere in the distance, the drumbeats of a ritual pulsed rhythmically, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors. There was a sacred magic in the air, an ethereal presence that wrapped around the living like a warm embrace. Long before the modern world washed over the land, the indigenous peoples revered their ancestors as guardians, their wisdom and strength woven into the fabric of daily life. The belief was simple yet profound. The spirits of those who had come before offered guidance, protection, and a sense of identity that anchored them in the currents of time. As twilight deepened, hearts quickened, and breaths were held in reverence for the unseen forces that watched over them. In a small village nestled between the mountains, old stones bore witness to the passing years. They whispered tales of fierce battles fought for honor, of love that transcended the grave, and of courage that inspired generations. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, villagers gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the orange glow. With each crackle of the flames, shadows danced, reminiscent of spirits swirling around them, waiting for someone to call upon them. Elders, with faces etched by time, adorned in traditional garments, began to recount stories of their forebears. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of their existence, binding them together and honoring those who had paved the way. There was a shared understanding that the ancestors were not merely relics of the past. They were living forces, ever present in moments of triumph and despair. As a young woman named Amina listened, her heart swelled with both pride and longing. She could almost feel the brush of her grandmother's hand on her shoulder, a gentle reminder of her own strength. Amina had often felt lost in the chaos of her modern life, where the noise drowned out wisdom and guidance. But in this gathering, surrounded by those who had come before her, she felt an undeniable connection, a surge of energy flowing through the air that spoke of protection and love. The drum beats grew louder, resonating with the pulse of the earth, igniting a fire within Amina's spirit. She closed her eyes, envisioning the faces of her ancestors, each one a beacon of resilience. She saw her great-grandfather, a warrior who had fought for his people, his fierce spirit a shield against the adversities of life. She felt her great-grandmother's warmth, a soft embrace that enveloped her in hope, whispering promises of guidance in moments of uncertainty. Suddenly, a chill snaked through the air, causing the villagers to shiver. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to twist and turn, creating images of ancestors standing watch. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. The boundary between the living and the spirits felt impossibly thin. Just as Amina's heart began to race, a powerful voice boomed through the crowd, calling forth the ancestors with a resonance that vibrated in every soul present. Come forth, spirits of our lineage. We seek your wisdom. We honor your sacrifices. The voice soared, echoing through the trees, stirring the very essence of the land. One by one, villagers stepped forward, offering sacred tokens, feathers, stones, and woven bracelets. Each item held a story, a connection to those who had walked before them. As Amina placed a delicate feather at the base of the fire, she felt electricity surge through her veins. The air thickened, and the scent of herbs burned sweetly, wrapping around her like a cloak. The ancestors responded, their energy palpable, and for a fleeting moment, Amina could almost hear their whispers, a symphony of voices guiding her, urging her to listen, to trust her intuition. In that moment, she understood the depth of their protection. Every choice she made, every path she walked, was built on the foundation laid by those who had come before. The weight of their struggles and the warmth of their love enveloped her like a mother's embrace. Tears welled in her eyes, not of sorrow, but of gratitude, a bittersweet acknowledgement of the sacrifices made for her existence. But as the ritual intensified, shadows began to shift unnaturally, an ominous presence weaving among the flickering flames. The once warm atmosphere turned heavy, and an unsettling chill crept back in. Amina's heart raced as a sense of foreboding filled her. What once felt like a protective embrace now teetered on the edge of something darker, something uninvited. An elder's voice broke through the tension. "Beware, for not all spirits come in peace. Some linger in sorrow, bound by the chains of unresolved grief. Let us honor them, but also shield ourselves from their burdens." The villagers huddled closer, the warmth of the fire fighting against the cold encroaching their circle. Amina felt an urgent pulse in her chest, a primal instinct telling her to stay grounded. As she focused on her ancestors, she summoned the strength of her lineage, drawing from the resilience that flowed through her veins. She whispered a prayer, calling upon the spirits of her ancestors to protect her, to guide her through the tumultuous energies swirling around them, reminding her that love and courage would always prevail. Just then, a gust of wind roared through the clearing, extinguishing the fire in an instant. Darkness enveloped them all, plunging the village into an uncanny silence, broken only by the rustling leaves. The villagers gasped, clutching each other tightly, fear gripping their hearts as shadows loomed around them. Yet deep within Amina, a flicker of determination ignited. The ancestors were with her. She could feel them like a heartbeat, steady and unwavering. She took a step forward into the darkness, her voice rising above the chaos. "We are not afraid. We honor you, ancestors. We seek your guidance and protection." From the shadows, a figure emerged, ethereal yet fierce, the embodiment of her great-grandfather, the warrior who had never faltered in the face of danger. He stood there, strong and resolute, a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. The air crackled with energy as other spirits began to gather, forming a protective circle around the living. Amina felt an overwhelming surge of love wash over her, a reminder that she was never alone. Her ancestors were here, not just as memories etched in time, but as living spirits, guiding her through the storm. She could feel the tension shift, the heaviness lifting as the power of her lineage surged forth. With every heartbeat, the ancestors stood guard, a formidable force against the unknown, binding the living and the dead in an eternal embrace. And as the shadows began to retreat, the villagers found themselves illuminated, not just by the flames, but by the love and strength of those who had gone before, an unbreakable bond echoing through generations, whispering of hope, guidance, and protection as they stepped boldly into the next moment. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient lands of Australia. As the deep orange sky faded to twilight, whispers of stories untold danced in the evening breeze, all remnants of a rich heritage that thrived for thousands of years. The land, once a sacred space where legends were born and spirits roamed freely, now bore scars of a tumultuous history. With every footstep upon the soil, the echoes of colonization hung heavy in the air, a dark shadow creeping over the vibrant tapestry of Aboriginal mythology. Once, the Dreamtime, a time of creation, was a vibrant thread that wove through the lives of the Aboriginal people, connecting them to the land, the animals, and each other. It was a time when the earth was alive with the spirits of ancestors, guiding every action, every thought. These stories were not mere fables. They were truths woven into the very fabric of existence, teaching lessons of respect, harmony, and survival. Each tale, a powerful reminder of their relationship with nature, the rhythm of the seasons, and the significance of every creature that walked the earth. But as ships laden with strangers began to dot the horizon, the first waves of change crashed upon the shores of this ancient world. The arrival of colonizers marked a rupture in the continuity of these sacred stories. With them came foreign beliefs that sought to erase the myths that had thrived for millennia. The Dreamtime narratives that once flourished began to fade, replaced by the imposed tales of a different culture. A culture that did not see the sacred in the land, but merely an opportunity for conquest and ownership. As the colonizers planted their flags, the Aboriginal people witnessed the unraveling of their world. Sacred sites were desecrated, and the land was claimed as property, severing the spiritual connection that had existed for generations. The Dreamtime stories began to be told less and less, replaced by the colonizers' tales of glory and civilization. The essence of a culture was being drained, like the last drops of water from a cracked vessel, leaving behind an empty shell. The colonizers saw themselves as saviors, eager to bring what they considered enlightenment to the primitive people. Yet, in their quest for salvation, they unleashed destruction. The animals that roamed freely, symbolizing the spirits of ancestors, were hunted to near extinction. Seasons of abundance turned into years of famine, and the very essence of life in the stories began to wither. The sacred bond between the land and its people was fractured, and with it, the mythology that had been the cornerstone of identity. Children of the Aboriginal people, once nurtured on stories of creation and the wisdom of the Dreamtime, began to hear the whispers of another world, the world of the colonizers. Schools, set up by missionaries, sought to teach a different kind of history, one that often erased the rich tapestry of indigenous beliefs. The children were forbidden from speaking their languages, their connection to their ancestors severed. In the eyes of the colonizers, the myths of the Aboriginal people were dismissed as mere superstition, unworthy of reverence. But the heart of a culture is resilient. Even as the shadows of colonization loomed, the stories found ways to endure. In secret gatherings, under the cover of night, elders passed down the tales that had shaped their identity. With each whispered word, they breathed life into the Dreamtime, ensuring that the spirits did not fade into oblivion. The stories became acts of defiance, a rebellion against the erasure of their existence. Yet, the impact of colonization left scars that ran deep. The stories that survived were often altered, changed by the hands that sought to control them. The symbols of the Dreamtime were co-opted, commodified, and marketed, turning sacred beliefs into mere artifacts for consumption. The rich colors of Aboriginal mythology became muted, transformed into a pale imitation of their former selves. Even more heart-wrenching was the internal struggle that began to brew within the Aboriginal communities. Generations born under the weight of colonization grappled with their identity, torn between the stories of their ancestors and the new narratives thrust upon them. Young men and women stood at the crossroads, yearning to reclaim the tales of their forebears, while navigating the complexities of a world that had changed irrevocably. In moments of reflection, they would gather around fires, the flickering flames illuminating their faces as they shared pieces of the dream time. Laughter, tears, and the weight of sorrow mingled in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion. Each story told was a thread that tied them to their past, a lifeline to the ancient knowledge of their people. They spoke of the rainbow serpent, of the creation of the land, of the stars that served as guides. In those moments, the weight of colonization felt a little lighter, and the embers of hope glimmered in their hearts. Yet, the struggle was not merely to remember, but to redefine. As the echoes of their ancestors flowed through them, the Aboriginal people began to reclaim their space in a new world. They blended their traditional stories with contemporary issues, breathing new life into the mythology that had been so deeply impacted by colonization. The Dreamtime narratives transformed, now infused with the voices of young warriors who refused to let their culture be silenced. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced among the trees, the stories of old began to intertwine with the present. A new mythology was emerging, one forged in resilience, pain, and the unwavering spirit of a people determined to keep their heritage alive. The stories of the Dreamtime grew stronger, not as relics of the past, but as living, breathing entities that continued to shape their identity. With each passing day, the tension remained palpable, a constant reminder of the past and the struggle to reclaim the future. The impact of colonization on Aboriginal mythology was profound. Yet in the darkness, a flicker of light persisted. The mythology was not lost. It was evolving, shifting, and taking on new life as the Aboriginal people stood united, ready to face whatever came next. The whispers of the Dreamtime would not be silenced. They would roar like the tide, relentless and unwavering, echoing across the land, reminding all who listened of the enduring power of their stories. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the ancient landscapes where myth and reality intertwined. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the stories of generations past, stories etched into the bark of trees and the very fabric of the earth. The air was thick with anticipation, as if nature herself was holding her breath, waiting to reveal the profound connections that Indigenous art had with mythological themes. Every stroke of paint, every carved figure, served as a bridge between this world and the spiritual realm, a vivid testament to the beliefs and stories that shaped countless lives. These works were not mere decorations. They were living narratives, vibrant and pulsing with the energy of ancestors long gone. They spoke of creation, of tricksters and heroes, of deities who roamed the skies and the earth, and of animals that held wisdom beyond human comprehension. In the flickering shadows of a sacred fire, a shaman danced, his movements echoing the stories that had been passed down through the ages. The flickers of light illuminated masks adorned with feathers and shells, each piece a token of a mythological tale waiting to be told. As the dance unfolded, the crowd watched in rapt attention, their hearts beating in time with the ancient rhythms, their spirits lifted by the power of the stories woven into the very fabric of their culture. Each character in these tales had a purpose, a lesson hidden within the drama. Take the coyote, mischievous and cunning, often serving as the trickster who turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. He was both a teacher and a fool, reminding the people of the importance of humility and adaptability. In one particular story, Coyote attempted to steal fire from the gods, only to be outsmarted and left with nothing but ashes. Yet, from that failure, came a lesson that sparked laughter and reflection, teaching the community about the delicate balance between desire and consequence. These stories didn't just exist in the realm of the fantastical, they seeped into everyday life, shaping rituals and guiding the people through their darkest and brightest moments. The animals depicted in art, eagles soaring high, bears lumbering through forests, and salmon leaping upstream, were imbued with meaning, symbols of strength, wisdom, and resilience. When an artist carved a figure of a bear, they were not merely crafting an image, but invoking the spirit of the bear itself, calling forth its power and presence into the lives of those who would witness it. Consider the intricate designs that adorned pottery and woven baskets, each swirl and curve telling a different story. The patterns were often reminiscent of the natural world, waves of water, spirals of wind, and the steady pulse of the earth. These motifs connected the people to their environment, a constant reminder of their place within the vast tapestry of life. The art became a living testament to the myths that breathed life into their surroundings, ensuring that the stories continued to resonate through the ages. In one corner of a bustling village, a young artist sat in a sunlit studio, hands trembling as she painted her first mural. Each brushstroke was a prayer, each color a reflection of the spirits that surrounded her. She painted a great eagle soaring above mountains, a symbol of freedom and vision, soaring through the sky to connect the heavens and the earth. Her heart raced as she channeled the strength of her ancestors, feeling their presence guiding her hand. As she painted, the mural transformed into a vivid portrayal of a great flood, a scene from a legendary tale of survival. In that moment, the past collided with the present, and she felt the weight of her lineage pressing upon her, urging her to tell the stories that needed to be told. The flood in her mural was a powerful metaphor for life itself, the trials and tribulations that threatened to wash everything away, yet created space for new beginnings, new stories to rise from the depths. At night, when the stars blanketed the sky like scattered diamonds, elders gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They told tales of ancestral spirits who watched over them, who guided them in times of uncertainty. These stories were vivid, filled with emotion, as they recounted the struggles and triumphs of their people. In each tale, there were lessons of bravery and caution, loss and love, shaping their understanding of the world. As the elders spoke, the sound of their voices blended with the crackling fire, creating an atmosphere thick with reverence and nostalgia. Young children listened with wide eyes, hanging on to every word, as if the very essence of their culture flowed through the air around them. They were learning the sacredness of their heritage, the importance of keeping these stories alive. In the corner of every home, art adorned the walls, not just as decoration, but as a vital connection to those stories. Each piece sang of the spirits that inhabited their lives and landscapes. Hand-woven textiles told stories of the seasons, of harvests and celebrations, while painted wooden figures depicted the sacred animals that walked beside them. These artifacts whispered truths, resonating with the heartbeat of the land, reminding everyone of the interconnectedness of life itself. As the moon rose high, a blanket of silver light fell over the village, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. The art, imbued with the essence of myth, came alive as the villagers moved through the night. It was as if the very stories contained in the art reached out, pulling them deeper into the embrace of their ancestors. They felt the thrill of the chase, the weight of the struggle, the joy of the victory, each emotion reverberating through time, a testament to their enduring spirit. With every tale told, an indelible mark was left on the fabric of their community, weaving a tapestry rich in history and spirit. Art became the lifeblood of their culture, a bridge to the mythological world that surrounded them. In this sacred space, the past, present, and future coalesced, creating a powerful reminder that the stories must continue to be told, to be painted, and to be lived. And as the fire flickered and the night embraced the village, a sense of purpose filled the air. The artists, the dreamers, the storytellers, all shared the same heart, beating strong with the pulse of their ancestors. The threads of their lives intertwined, creating a rich tapestry that would never truly end. The stories would continue, flowing seamlessly into the next chapter, waiting to be painted into existence, waiting to be told again. Water, glistening under the fierce sun, is more than a simple element. It holds the essence of life itself. In ancient times, when the world was young and full of wonder, civilizations rose and fell around the shimmering bodies of water that cradled their very existence. The Nile, the Ganges, the Tigris, and Euphrates, each river told a story of creation and survival, cradling dreams and ambitions in its gentle currents. It nourished the soil, giving rise to lush fields of crops that fed not just the body, but also the soul. The very act of planting a seed in the fertile earth was a dance with water that echoed the rhythms of the universe, a reminder that life springs forth from a single, precious drop. In those early days, the world was painted with hues of blue and green, vibrant and alive. The sky kissed the earth, and the rivers flowed like veins, pulsating with energy. Tribes gathered around these life-giving streams, their laughter mingling with the sounds of rushing water. They told tales of the spirits that dwelled within the currents, whispering secrets of creation to those who listened closely. For them, water was sacred, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. The age-old rituals, performed under the watchful gaze of the moon, were not merely acts of reverence, but a recognition of water's vital role in their existence. As time marched forward, the significance of water transformed. Empires rose, fueled by the lifeblood of rivers. The Sumerians constructed intricate irrigation systems, harnessing the Tigris and Euphrates to cultivate vast fields. The once barren land flourished, and with it, the heart of civilization began to beat stronger. Every drop of water turned the wheel of progress. Every irrigation canal was a testament to human ingenuity and the understanding that without this precious resource, dreams would wither. Families gathered by the water's edge, their hopes and prayers floating upon the surface as they sought blessings for bountiful harvests. Beyond mere survival, water carried the weight of culture and spirituality. The ancient Greeks revered it as a source of wisdom, believing in the divine power of Oceanus and Tethys, the primordial deities who represented the boundless ocean. The sacred oracles near springs became the heart of prophecy, where the words of the gods flowed as freely as the waters themselves. It was a place where the mundane and the mystical merged, where ordinary people sought extraordinary guidance, firmly anchored in the belief that water held answers to life's most pressing questions. But with every blessing comes a shadow. The wrath of water could be as fierce as its nurturing touch. Floods raged, swallowing entire towns and erasing years of toil in a heartbeat. The same rivers that once brought life could turn into merciless torrents, reminding humanity of its vulnerability. The great floods of Mesopotamia served as a devastating reminder that water could be both a giver and a taker. Communities were forged in the fires of adversity as people learned resilience from nature's unpredictable temperament. They gathered, united by loss, and rebuilt, their spirits intertwined with the flow of the rivers that defined their landscape. Through centuries, water stood as a symbol of renewal and rebirth. The cycle of rain, river, and sea mirrored the essence of life itself: constant change, an unbreakable rhythm. The monsoon seasons in India brought forth the promise of a new harvest, while in other lands, winter's thaw would awaken the earth from its slumber. Each droplet carried the promise of tomorrow, weaving stories of hope and perseverance. In every culture, the act of sharing water was akin to sharing life. Communities celebrated festivals that honored water, recognizing its ability to cleanse not only the body, but the spirit as well. People danced in the rain, their laughter mingling with the sound of thunder, each drop a blessing from above. In the face of such beauty and chaos, humanity found ways to honor water in art, literature, and tradition. The sacred texts of many faiths spoke of the waters of creation, the chaos transformed into order by the divine hand. The tales of the flood in the Bible, the Ganges revered in Hinduism, each story echoed with a profound truth. Water is a part of the divine tapestry that binds all life. It is a mirror reflecting our innermost fears and desires, our survival and our destruction. In the modern world, the significance of water remains as profound as it was in ancient times. Cities rise along coastlines, a testament to humanity's unyielding bond with the water. Yet the threats loom as pollution tarnishes the shimmering blue, and the cries of drought echo in parched lands. The rivers, once life-giving arteries, now struggle against the weight of human neglect. Each bottle of water consumed is a reminder of the fragility of this precious resource. The urgency to protect these sacred waters grows stronger as people around the globe unite to advocate for change. The journey of water is endless, flowing through time and space, connecting all of humanity in an intricate web of life. It whispers of creation, nurtures existence, and beckons us to remember our roots. History flows like a river, and as the currents shift, new stories emerge. Water remains the thread that ties us to our past while guiding us toward the future. The waves of time crash against the shore of human experience, and in that clash, the significance of water reveals itself anew. In every heart that beats, in every soul that seeks, the call of water resonates, a reminder that life, creation, and connection are all bound together in this simple yet profound essence. With every breath taken, there is an unspoken promise that we honor this gift, weaving the fabric of existence into something beautiful and enduring. A chill settled over the small village as dusk painted the sky in hues of purple and gold. The townsfolk whispered tales of the ancients, stories passed down through generations of what lay beyond the veil of life. Children huddled close to their mothers, eyes wide with fear and wonder, as the flickering lanterns cast dancing shadows on the cobblestone streets. Every corner held the echoes of laughter and sorrow, but it was the whispers of death and the afterlife that clung to the air like a heavy fog, a reminder of the mysteries that awaited them all. In the ancient land of Egypt, the Nile whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen. The Egyptians believed in a grand judgment day, where the heart would be weighed against a feather, representing truth and justice. If the heart balanced, the soul would dance into the fields of Aru, a paradise where the sun always shone and rivers flowed with honey. But if the heart was heavy with sin, the soul would be devoured by Amit, the fearsome demon, leaving the spirit to wander endlessly in despair. It was a terrifying, yet beautiful belief, a dance of light and darkness, where morality dictated fate. Over in Greece, the story took a different turn. The souls of the departed journeyed to the underworld, guided by Charon, the stern ferryman. With an obol, a small coin placed under the tongue, the dead could pay for passage across the Styx River. Those who arrived without payment were doomed to wander the shores for eternity, trapped between two worlds. The afterlife was a place of shadows, ruled by Hades, where the echoes of unfulfilled dreams and lost loves lingered like ghostly whispers. The Greeks celebrated life and feared death, turning to mythology to understand the inevitable transition, crafting tales filled with passion and sorrow. In stark contrast, the ancient Celts embraced death as a part of the cycle of existence. They believed in the other world, a realm where souls could rest and rejuvenate before returning to life. The Celts honored their ancestors, believing that the spirits of the departed watched over them, offering guidance and protection. The festival of Samhain, a night when the veil between the living and the dead thinned, was filled with bonfires, feasting, and rituals to welcome the spirits home. It was a celebration of life intertwined with death, a recognition that every ending held the promise of a new beginning. Across the vast plains of Africa, the Dogon people spoke of a cosmic journey after death. They believed that the soul traveled through the sky, meeting the ancestors who had come before. The stars were their guide, illuminating the path to the afterlife. It was a spiritual odyssey, rich in symbolism, where the soul would merge with the universe or return to the earth, becoming part of the cycle of nature. Each life was a thread woven into the tapestry of existence, each death a transformation, never truly an end. The stories wrapped around them like a warm embrace, comforting and profound. Meanwhile, in the heart of Asia, the belief of reincarnation took root. Hinduism taught that the soul is eternal, cycling through life, death, and rebirth until it reaches moksha, liberation from the cycle. Every action, every choice, was a ripple that shaped the future. Karma was the unseen force, binding lives together across time and space. The weight of past lives lingered, influencing the present, as the soul traversed through countless existences in search of enlightenment. The idea was both liberating and burdensome, a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings, the delicate balance of life, and the infinite pursuit of spiritual growth. In the shadows of the Aztec civilization, the afterlife was a complex tapestry woven with threads of sacrifice and honor. They believed that only warriors who died in battle or women who died in childbirth ascended to the sun, basking in its eternal light. Others ventured into Mictlan, the land of the dead, a dark and haunting place where the journey was fraught with challenges. It was said that the souls had to navigate through 9 treacherous levels before finding peace. The Aztecs celebrated death with reverence, knowing that life was a fleeting moment, a gift to be cherished. As tales from around the world intertwined, a profound theme emerged. Death was not an end, but a transition, a transformation that shaped existence. The beliefs of different cultures danced together, revealing a universal truth that echoed through time. The human spirit craved understanding, a connection to something greater than itself. In the echo of these beliefs, the villagers felt a stirring in their hearts. They understood that the stories of death were not merely tales of fear. They were woven with hope, a whisper of continuity amid the uncertainty. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows long and deep, the villagers recognized that every end held the promise of a new beginning. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of burning sage and incense, a reminder of the eternal cycle. The flickering lanterns swayed, reflecting the uncertainty of life and death. In the darkening twilight, the villagers exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They were not afraid. They were alive, enveloped in the warmth of shared stories, the comfort of ancient wisdom that had traveled through time. With each tale spun, the boundaries between life and death blurred, inviting them to ponder their own existence and what lay beyond. The heart raced with the promise of the unknown, each whisper in the wind igniting a spark of curiosity. Would they find redemption in the afterlife? Would their stories be told, their spirits honored? The questions hung in the air, waiting for answers that would never truly come, but would always beckon them forward into the mystery of existence, the beautiful dance between life and the afterlife. A fevered mother cradled her sick child in her arms, a frail whisper of a boy whose cheeks burned like embers. Desperation hung heavy in the air like a thick fog. She could feel the weight of countless prayers spoken in her heart, echoing back through generations. Her grandmother once told her of an ancient remedy, a potion brewed under the silver light of the moon, said to cure any illness. With trembling hands, she reached for the herbs lined up on her kitchen table, remnants of old beliefs intertwining with the whispers of modern medicine. Throughout history, humanity has danced on the delicate line between healing and myth, a place where the sacred mingles with the superstitious. The ancient Egyptians believed that the heart was the seat of intelligence, and they carefully weighed it against a feather in the afterlife. If it tipped the scale, a soul was condemned, trapped forever by their earthly sins. This intertwined belief in the divine and the physical created a society that revered both doctors and priests, blurring the lines between medicine and magic. Egyptian papyrus scrolls, etched with incantations and remedies, tell stories of their quest for health that echo through time, revealing the perilous beauty of those who dared to tread where science had yet to establish its dominion. In Greece, Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, stood at the helm of a medical revolution. He boldly proclaimed that diseases come not from divine punishment, but from natural causes. Yet even he couldn't escape the grasp of myth. The Hippocratic corpus is peppered with references to the body's humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. These humors determined one's health, and treatments often revolved around restoring balance. The ancient Greeks believed in the power of the gods, seeking their favor through rituals and sacrifices, all while striving to understand the tangible world around them. Could it be that the truth of healing lies not just in science, but in the faith of those who seek it? In medieval Europe, the Black Death unleashed a wave of terror that sent nations into a frenzy. Doctors, with their beaked masks stuffed with herbs, wandered through streets, trying to ward off the miasma they believed carried the plague. Remedies ranged from the absurd, a concoction of crushed emeralds, to the practical, like clean water and fresh air. Yet, as the bodies piled higher, the myth of the wandering witch resurfaced. Women with knowledge of herbs, once healers in their communities, were labeled as witches. Fear overshadowed their gifts, their potions deemed dark magic rather than the lifelines they offered. The fires of the Inquisition burned brightly, consuming not only lives, but the very essence of healing, rooted in ancient wisdom. Across the ocean in the Americas, indigenous tribes were stewards of an intricate web of healing practices. The shaman, a figure both feared and revered, navigated the spiritual and physical realms. They knew the land, understanding which plants could heal and which could harm. Yet the arrival of European settlers brought with it a wave of skepticism, a dismissal of ancient knowledge that was as vast as the ocean itself. The clash of cultures turned healing into another battlefield, with myths propagated by those who feared the unknown. The sacred rituals of healing were painted as barbaric superstitions, overshadowed by the invasive practices of colonial medicine. Fast forward to the 19th century, where the rise of modern science promised an end to the superstitions of old. Yet, myths persisted. The notion of hygienic medicine claimed that cleanliness alone could ward off disease, leading to the widespread belief that bathing was a cure-all. People poured into public baths, lured by the scent of promise. But the harsh reality was that underneath the surface, diseases still thrived, waiting for the ill-prepared to fall victim. Amidst this turmoil, the conflict between traditional healers and emerging physicians intensified, leaving a trail of misunderstandings and false narratives. Then, as the 20th century dawned, the medical community began to embrace the scientific method, unraveling the mysteries of the body and disease. Vaccines emerged, and for a moment, hope flickered brightly. Yet, in the shadows, the specter of myth loomed large. Conspiracy theories took root, birthing a distrust that still lingers today. The anti-vaccine movement gained traction, feeding on fears and weaving a complex narrative that blended truth with fiction. The scars of history became fertile ground for modern myths, as people sought easy answers in a world that often felt overwhelmingly complicated. As the century unfolded, tales of alternative medicine blossomed. Acupuncture, once seen as an Eastern curiosity, gained attention, yet was often misunderstood. The meridians and QE that guided acupuncture were dismissed as unfounded. Despite scientific advancements, the public's thirst for holistic healing grew, intertwining ancient wisdom with the latest health trends, creating a tapestry rich in contradictions. People turned to crystals and herbal remedies, seeking solace in a world that felt increasingly chaotic, where myths became a balm for their anxieties. A woman lies awake in her hospital bed, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting shadows that dance like lost spirits. Her family had shared stories of miraculous healings, whispered in hushed tones, tales that floated like leaves on a breeze, of a grandmother saved by a rare herb, a neighbor's child healed by a shaman's touch. She closes her eyes, searching for something beyond the sterile walls that confine her. With each breath, she clings to hope, a fragile thread woven through centuries of belief, a desire for healing that transcends the boundaries of medicine. And so, the cycle continues. The myths surrounding health weaving through the fabric of time, echoing the fears, hopes, and dreams of countless souls seeking solace. The line between healing and fantasy remains blurred, a dance of light and shadow that invites both skepticism and belief, a testament to the enduring quest for understanding in a world where health is as much a mystery as it is a science. As the mother rocks her child, the boy's fever slowly begins to break, and in that moment, the weight of history swirls around them. binding their fates to the countless others who have sought healing through the ages, the echoes of their myths lingering, urging them to believe. Love has woven itself into the very fabric of human existence, a thread that binds hearts and souls across time and space. Under starlit skies, in candlelit rooms, and bustling marketplaces, people have whispered sweet nothings and exchanged promises. Yet so often, they have clung to myths that distort the reality of relationships. There lies a tapestry of tales that have shaped perceptions, clouded judgment, and misguided countless hearts. In ancient Rome, lovers would lock their eyes across crowded banquets, believing that a single glance could ignite an everlasting bond. Yet, the reality was often far from the shimmer of those fleeting moments. The grand tales of passion, such as that of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, painted love as a fierce battleground where desire clashed with ambition. They fought for their connection, but it was not without its tragic end. The myth that love conquers all falters when faced with the harsh truths of betrayal and power. Centuries later, the notion that love is purely a romantic ideal took root during the Middle Ages. Knights would serenade their ladies from beneath their balconies, creating an illusion of love that was noble and unattainable. Women, idealized as pure and virtuous, became vessels for men's desires, often stripped of their own identities in the process. This trope, romanticized in countless tales, showed love as a lofty pursuit. Yet in reality, many of these relationships were fraught with constraints, silence, and unspoken fears. As the Renaissance blossomed, the myth that love must be passionate and all-consuming spread like wildfire. The fiery sonnets of Petrarch echoed through the ages, shaping hearts and minds. But what of the quiet, gentle love? The kind that nurtures and grows slowly, like a garden blooming in spring. This myth misled many into believing that only the loudest declarations mattered, while the soft whispers of companionship faded into the background, uncelebrated and underappreciated. Fast forward to the Roaring Twenties, where the culture shifted dramatically. Jazz filled the air, and flapper dresses swirled as society embraced the idea that love was merely a thrilling adventure, a dance on the edge of chaos. The story of Jay Gatsby and Daisy Buchanan encapsulated this myth perfectly. Gatsby chased a dream, believing love could be reinvented and recreated, ignoring the reality that sometimes the past is best left untouched. Their relationship, steeped in glamour and illusion, reminds us that the thrill of the chase can blind us to the truth hidden beneath glittering facades. Then came the post-war years, and a new myth emerged, that love is synonymous with possession. Movies depicted love as a domain to be claimed, where romantic gestures were often interpreted as control. The hauntingly beautiful story of Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy highlights this struggle, as their relationship navigated the waters of pride and prejudice. While they fought to claim each other, an equally important battle raged within, one of self-identity, respect, and mutual growth, often sacrificed at the altar of ownership. In the digital age, a new set of myths crept into the hearts of lovers. The belief that love is easily found with a swipe or a click transformed connection into a game. Texts replaced face-to-face conversations, and emojis became the new language of love. Yet, with each notification, there lingered an emptiness that echoed through countless hearts. As genuine intimacy was exchanged for instant gratification and superficial connections. The fleeting nature of online relationships illustrated a stark reality. Love cannot thrive in a vacuum of convenience. Underneath these layers of myths, however, lies an undeniable truth. Love is not just about passion or possession. It is a commitment, a choice made every day. The story of Ruth and Naomi, steeped in loyalty and selflessness, stands as a testament to love's enduring nature. Their bond was forged, not in romantic flames, but in unwavering support and dedication, proving that love comes in many forms and is not confined to the narrow boundaries often portrayed. As time marched on, the narrative shifted once more, and the myth that love is effortless took center stage. People often mistake silence for understanding, believing that real love requires no effort. Yet, history tells a different story. The struggles of Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera reveal that love is often laden with complexities and hardships. Their tumultuous relationship, marked by passion and pain, teaches us that love requires labor and vulnerability, elements that are often glossed over in romanticized narratives. Yet still, the myths persist, and many find themselves ensnared in the web of expectations. The belief that love must always be reciprocated can lead to heartbreak. The poignant tale of Orpheus and Eurydice speaks to this truth. Orpheus's desperate journey into the underworld illustrates how love can lead us down dark paths, reminding us that while love is powerful, it is not always guaranteed. The loss, the longing, and the ultimate fate of their love offers a heart-wrenching lesson about acceptance and the nature of connection. Even in the world of fairy tales, where happy endings reign supreme, the myth that love can fix everything prevails. Cinderella's story is a timeless classic, yet it glosses over the reality that love cannot erase past pain or trauma. It fails to capture the nuances of healing, growth, and the need for self-love. The idea that a prince will come to save us feeds into a dangerous narrative, that our happiness lies outside ourselves instead of within. In examining these myths, one can't help but feel the weight of each story, each lesson etched into the collective consciousness of humanity. The emotions swell like waves crashing on a shore. Joy, heartbreak, longing, and the ever-elusive quest for connection. Love is an intricate ballet, each step choreographed by history, culture, and individual experience. Yet, amid all these tales of woe, there flickers a spark of hope that whispers of connection beyond the myths. In the quiet moments, where hands clasp and eyes meet, there exists a raw, unfiltered truth about love. It is messy and chaotic, yet it can also be profoundly beautiful. The laughter shared, the tears shed, and the quiet comforts exchanged are the real essence of what it means to love and be loved. As the stories of love and relationships weave together, the echoes of ancient tales reverberate through time, reminding us that amidst the myths, there lies a deeper understanding waiting to be unveiled. Each lesson, each connection, beckons us closer to the heart of what it means to truly connect with another soul, to embrace the beautiful imperfection of love. And as the narrative unfolds, a new chapter waits to be written, filled with the promise of discovery and the courage to let go of myths that no longer serve us. In a quiet village, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows between the thatched roofs. Children gathered around a gnarled oak tree, their eyes wide with anticipation. The air buzzed with excitement, heavy with the scent of wood smoke and earth. At the center of this gathering was Old Man Harlan, his silver beard glistening in the fading light. He was a living library, the keeper of stories that stretched back generations, woven from the fabric of history and rich with emotion. His voice, at first a gentle whisper, rose and fell like the rustling leaves above, Children leaned in closer, their hearts racing, as he began to recount tales of their ancestors, brave warriors, wise women, and clever tricksters who danced with destiny. Each story unfolded like a blooming flower, revealing the lessons of love, loss, and bravery that shaped their lineage. Harlan was not just a man of age. He was the heartbeat of his community, and every word he spoke was a thread that connected the present to the past. Long ago, the role of elders was sacred, a position bestowed upon those who had traveled the long road of life. Societies from the Inuit tribes of the Arctic to the bustling marketplaces of ancient Mesopotamia revered their elders as vessels of knowledge. In every culture, they were the storytellers, the wise ones who understood the nuances of the human experience. They carried the weight of history on their shoulders, not as a burden, but as a treasure, passed down through generations. The importance of these elders transcended mere stories. They were historians without books, sharing wisdom that taught the young about their roots. They explained the stars, the changing seasons, and the mysteries of life and death. They held the keys to understanding the world around them, showing that knowledge is not just facts, but the essence of human connection. In their tales, there were warnings to heed and dreams to chase, woven into the very fabric of their narratives. As Harlan spoke of the great flood that once swept through the valley, the children gasped, eyes wide with fear and wonder. But it was not just a disaster, he told them, his voice trembling with emotion. It was a lesson. The people learned to listen to the land, to respect it, and to live in harmony with nature. The flames of the nearby fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits around them. Each child could almost feel the rush of water, the chaos of a world turned upside down, and the quiet resolve of those who survived. In the heart of every tale was a truth, a moral woven deeply into the storyline. Harlan deftly navigated between moments of laughter and tears, creating a tapestry of emotions that held the children captive. He told of a young girl who faced her fears and climbed the highest mountain, not just to conquer it, but to find herself. Fear is a teacher, he said, leaning in closer. Embrace it, and you will discover strength you never knew you had. The children nodded, their minds racing with visions of their own challenges, personal mountains yet to be climbed. But not all stories were light. Harlan's voice softened as he recounted the tale of a village gripped by greed, where the elders were silenced and wisdom was forgotten. In this darkness, friendships frayed and the community crumbled. The children shivered, the air thick with tension. As he described how a once thriving village fell silent, its laughter echoing in memories. They knew, even at their tender age, that without the guidance of those who came before them, they too could lose their way. As dusk settled, the stars began to twinkle above, a shimmering blanket that felt alive with ancient stories of its own. Harlan paused, allowing the weight of his tales to sink into their hearts. The fire crackled, its warmth wrapping around them like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to stand still as the children contemplated their place in this grand narrative, a blend of joy and sorrow, hope and despair. They understood that each of them held a part of this story, a thread in the larger tapestry of their community. Elders were not just keepers of knowledge. They were the guardians of traditions, rituals, and the very essence of identity. They taught not only through spoken words, but through actions, embodying the values and ethics of the society. In every culture, from the African tribes who performed communal storytelling, to the indigenous peoples of the Americas who passed down oral histories, the essence of being an elder was steeped in responsibility. They were the anchors in stormy seas, guiding the younger generations toward calmer waters. Harlan's stories were filled with laughter as well, tales of mischievous spirits and cunning foxes, reminding the children of the importance of joy in life. "Never forget to play," he chuckled, eyes twinkling. "For in play, you discover the essence of your spirit." The children erupted in giggles, the tension of the earlier stories melting away like snow in the spring sun. They reveled in the idea that wisdom could coexist with laughter, that the world was vast and full of wonder. As the last light of day faded, Harlan leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. And so our stories continue, weaving through time, waiting for those who will listen. Each of you carries a story within. With those words, he ignited a spark in the hearts of his listeners, a realization that they were not only recipients of these tales, but also potential storytellers. Each child felt a thrill of responsibility, as if they were now part of an age-old chain, ready to take their place in history. But before they could fully grasp this weighty truth, a commotion broke the stillness. The village was alive with excitement, a shadowy figure emerging from the edge of the woods. Harlan turned, his eyes narrowing as the flickering firelight illuminated a stranger, cloaked in mystery. The atmosphere thickened with intrigue and anticipation, and the stories of the past mingled with the unknown future. The children held their breath, the thrill of uncertainty hanging heavy in the air, as if a new chapter was about to unfold, one that would intertwine their lives with the tales of old and the adventures yet to come. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the world holds its breath, shadows stretch long and thin across the earth, whispering secrets of times long past. It is within this stillness that the ancients found meaning, weaving tales that would transcend generations, wrapping the cosmos and natural phenomena in layers of myth. Their emotions were raw, their fears palpable, as they sought to explain the unexplainable. The crack of thunder above echoed like the voice of a god, and in those moments, they believed it was the very sky cracking open, a celestial being expressing its wrath or delight. The storms that surged through their lives were not mere weather patterns. They were manifestations of the divine, tales of gods battling over the fate of humanity. In Greece, Zeus hurled bolts of lightning, symbolizing power and authority. Ancient Greeks raised altars, their eyes turned skyward, hoping to appease him, to gain favor against the relentless fury of nature. On the other side of the world, the indigenous peoples of the Americas looked to the clouds and saw spirits dancing. To them, rain was a blessing, a gentle caress from the heavens, a sign of life. They honored these spirits with songs and dances, believing that only through their respect and reverence could they ensure a bountiful harvest. Each drop of rain was a tear from the sky, a reminder that even the heavens felt sorrow and joy, binding them to the earth below. In the shadow of Mount Fuji, the Japanese gazed at the volcano with a mix of awe and trepidation. They believed it to be the home of the goddess Konohana Sakuya Haim, the deity of blossoms and delicate life. When the volcano rumbled, they listened closely, interpreting its growls as messages from the divine. Festivals erupted in her honor, vibrant with color and life, as families prayed for her protection. They understood that nature could be both nurturing and destructive, a dance of creation and chaos that mirrored their own human experience. As the sun dipped low and bathed the world in golden light, the ancient Egyptians looked to the heavens and saw the powerful Ra. the sun god, journeying across the sky. Each sunset was a reminder of his nightly battle against darkness, symbolizing the eternal struggle between light and shadow. They built grand temples to honor him, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the warmth that sustained life. The Nile, flowing like a lifeblood through their land, was revered as a goddess, and its annual flooding was a miraculous gift, a promise of fertility and abundance. Without Ra's favor, the land would wither, and they understood that their survival depended on the delicate balance of nature and the whims of their gods. In the far north, the Norse people looked to the northern lights, their vibrant colors painting the night sky. They saw the shimmering lights as the souls of warriors, dancing in triumph after a glorious battle. Each flicker told stories of bravery and sacrifice, a reminder of the richness of life and the inevitability of death. The echoes of these tales resonated through the icy winds, shaping their understanding of mortality and honor. The harshness of their environment forged a bond between them and the natural world, where each storm was a test of strength and resilience. The Tlingit of the Pacific Northwest found spirits in every tree, every rock, and every ripple of water. The salmon swimming upstream was not just a fish, it was a symbol of perseverance, a lesson in the cycle of life. They honored the water and the land, understanding that to disrespect one was to invite the ire of the other. Their stories were rich with emotion, woven into the very fabric of their being, a tapestry that connected the past to the present, each myth a thread binding them to the earth. With a fierce wind howling, the Celts gathered beneath ancient oaks, believing them to be sacred. The rustling leaves told them stories of their ancestors, voices echoing through time. They saw storms as the cries of the earth, and with every drop of rain that fell, they felt the pulse of nature beneath their feet. The moon, glowing in the night, was a goddess watching over them, guiding their paths and illuminating their fears. Her phases mirrored the cycles of life, reminding them that every ending heralds a new beginning. In the arid deserts, where the sun ruled mercilessly, the ancient Egyptians turned to the stars for guidance. The constellations were maps of their lives, each one a story waiting to be told. Orion's belt, a hunter eternally chasing after the Pleiades, spoke of aspiration and longing. The desert winds carried whispers of the past, tales of gods and men intertwined, a dance of destiny etched against the canvas of the night sky. As night fell, the shadows deepened, and the stories of the ancients crept into the minds of the living. They felt the weight of these beliefs, the longing to find meaning in the chaos of existence. The earth trembled beneath them, the winds screamed their warnings, and the rain poured as if the heavens themselves were shedding tears. Nature, in all its ferocity and beauty, was alive, a force that demanded respect and offered reverence in return. Each culture, each people, understood that they were not separate from the world around them, but intricately woven into its very fabric. From the Arctic to the equator, every flash of lightning, every howl of the wind, every drop of rain echoed with the myths that shaped their understanding of life. As the stars twinkled above, the myths of the earth and sky continued to interlace, an eternal tapestry of human emotion, belief, and connection to nature. And with the coming dawn, as the first light pierced the horizon, the cycle continued, waiting to be written anew, weaving together the stories of the past with the hopes of the future, where the lines between humanity and divinity blurred, and the natural world remained an ever-present canvas for the emotions that shaped their lives. In the flickering light of a campfire, shadows danced across the faces of the gathered tribes, their eyes shimmering with stories untold and legends alive with emotion. The crackling flames sang a melody of ancient times, whispering the tales of creation, heartache, and the intricate weave of masculine and feminine archetypes that shaped their world. The night air pulsed with anticipation, as if the very fabric of existence was about to be unraveled. In the stories passed down through generations, men and women were not just figures in a tale. They were embodiments of nature's forces. The masculine archetype often appeared as the hunter, a figure of strength and courage, his spirit connected to the vast plains and towering mountains. He was the protector, the warrior who faced the wild with determination. Legends spoke of him slaying great beasts, every victory echoing through the valleys like a triumphant drumbeat. Yet buried beneath this facade of strength lay vulnerability. He too, at times, felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders, a loneliness that resonated with the deep howl of the wind. In sharp contrast, the feminine archetype emerged as the nurturer, a spirit linked intricately to the earth and the cycles of life. She was the gatherer, the one who brought forth berries, roots, and the essence of life itself. Her connection to the land was palpable, as if she could hear the soft murmurs of the soil and the cries of the animals. In the stories, she balanced the hunter, her wisdom guiding him home. Men and women shared an unspoken bond, their roles intertwined like the roots of a mighty tree, each supporting the other in a delicate dance of existence. The myths told of a time when the sky and earth were entwined in perfect harmony. It was a time when the Great Spirit breathed life into every creature, flooding the land with vibrant colors and sounds. Here, the masculine and feminine energies flowed together, each enhancing the other, creating a world rich with abundance and joy. But as the seasons changed, so too did the balance. A tale emerged of the Great Separation, a myth that echoed with the sorrow of lost connection. A great fissure opened in the earth, a chasm so wide it swallowed the laughter of children and the songs of the elder. In this moment, the hunter roamed the land, searching helplessly for his counterpart, the nurturer, who had retreated into the shadows, hidden from view. The cries of the earth seemed to merge with his own, a haunting symphony of despair. It was said that without her, he became lost, his strength a burden too heavy to bear. Meanwhile, the nurturer, shrouded in sadness, wandered through the overgrown paths of their once shared home. With each step, she felt the weight of the world grow heavier. The flowers had wilted, and the streams ran dry, echoing her desolation. The stories spoke of her tears falling to the ground, where they transformed into seeds, each one a whisper of hope, longing for the day when balance could be restored. As the fires burned low, the elders recounted the legend of the dreaming, a sacred time when all beings were connected through shared dreams and visions. In this realm, the masculine and feminine were not mere archetypes. They were alive, wandering the landscapes of the mind, engaging in a dynamic interplay of creation and destruction. Here, the hunter would listen to the rhythms of the nurturer, drawing strength from her gentle guidance. Together, they molded the world, shaping mountains and rivers, crafting the very essence of humanity. The air thickened with a palpable tension as the elders recounted the trials faced by the figures in the myths. The hunter, during his darkest hour, was tempted by power and pride, straying from the teachings of the nurturer. He fought battles that left scars on his spirit, each victory hollow and echoing with regret. The nurturer, too, faced her own demons, struggling with the weight of expectation and the fear of being unseen. The stories bled with their struggles, each moment steeped in raw emotion, reminding the listeners that the path to balance was fraught with challenges. But there were moments of joy, too, celebrations of life and love that ignited the very stars above. In these stories, the hunter and the nurturer found ways to reconnect. They danced under the moonlight, their laughter mingling with the sound of the wind, weaving harmony back into existence. In these fleeting moments, they reminded the tribes that both strength and gentleness held power, and the world thrived when both energies were honored. As the embers flickered and glowed, the stories painted vivid images in the minds of the listeners. They felt the weight of the hunter's sword, the softness of the nurturer's embrace, and the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. The myths breathed life into the night, wrapping around each person like a warm cloak, binding them together with threads of shared heritage and understanding. Just as the stories reached a crescendo, an unsettling silence enveloped the gathering. The stars above twinkled mischievously, as if they held the secrets of the universe. There was a sense of something larger at play, an impending shift, a call to action. The elders' voices quivered with urgency, reminding the listeners that the tales they carried were not just relics of the past, but living, breathing entities that shaped their present and future. The flickering firelight cast long shadows, and the hunters and gatherers felt the weight of responsibility upon them. Their ancestors had walked this path before them, battling their own demons and celebrating their victories. The stories were alive, echoing the ongoing dance of masculine and feminine energies in their lives, urging them to continue the legacy, to honor the balance, and to ensure that the world would not forget the power of unity. As twilight descends, the air crackles with anticipation, the scent of sweet incense wafting through the streets. Lanterns flicker to life, illuminating worn cobblestones that have borne witness to centuries of joyous and solemn gatherings. In every corner, laughter mingles with whispers of ancient tales, creating a vibrant tapestry of life, love, and legacy. Here, among the festivities, the threads of mythology are woven tightly into the fabric of existence, binding people to their past and each other. In ancient Greece, the festival of Dionysia erupted in a whirlwind of music and dance, celebrating the god of wine and ecstasy. The city of Athens transformed into a stage where actors donned masks that held the weight of the gods' stories. The roar of the crowd would echo through the amphitheaters, pulsating with the rhythm of drums and the clinking of cups overflowing with rich wine. Faces painted with joy were all but illuminated by the flickering torchlight, while the air buzzed with the electric energy of stories that spoke of love, betrayal, and the eternal struggle between mortals and their divine counterparts. As the tragedies and comedies unfolded, tears and laughter became indistinguishable, a powerful reminder of the human experience reflected in the divine. Across the seas, in the ancient land of India, the festival of Navaratri unfurled like a vibrant flower, blooming in color and energy. For 9 nights, communities gathered to honor the goddess Durga, her spirit radiating courage and strength. The streets transformed into a kaleidoscope of dance, music, and devotion as families dressed in bright hues, dancing to the beat of traditional drums. Each twirl of a skirt and every clap of hands echoed a story of triumph over darkness, a celebration of femininity and divine power. With each passing evening, the fervor grew, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who believed that the goddess walked among them, blessing their lives with hope and prosperity. In the heart of the Andes, the Inti Raymi festival paid homage to the sun god, Inti. As the sun rose, casting golden rays across the sacred city of Cusco, the people gathered in solemn reverence. Dressed in brilliant textiles, adorned with gold and silver, they offered llamas and corn, their sacrifices a bridge to a time when the gods walked the earth. The air sang with prayers, and the beating of drums resonated like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Each chant was a plea for the sun to shine brightly upon their crops, for warmth and light to fill their homes. The festival was a reminder of humanity's bond with nature, a connection that transcended time and space. In Japan, the Gion Matsuri heralded the arrival of summer with a symphony of sights and sounds. The streets bustled with life as stunning floats adorned with intricate tapestries paraded through the city, telling tales of gods and spirits that had been revered for centuries. The air was thick with the scent of street food, laughter ringing out as friends and families joined together to celebrate their shared heritage. Underneath the brilliant colors of the floats, whispered legends spoke of a time when the people sought to appease the spirits that walked among them, ensuring peace and prosperity in their lives. Every year, the past breathed life into the present, a cycle that forged community and belonging. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Festival of Lights, Diwali, lit up the night in India, with millions of tiny flames flickering in unison. Houses gleamed with rows of diyas, and the night sky burst into color with fireworks. This celebration of light over darkness brought families together, where laughter danced on the air like the flickering flames, intertwining with the stories of Rama and Sita, love and loyalty, victory and hope. The warmth of the festival enveloped everyone, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, reminding them that in the depths of despair, light would always break through. Meanwhile, in the heart of Africa, the Maasai celebrated their rite of passage through the Enkipata ceremony, a vivid, emotional spectacle of dance and song. Young warriors dressed in vibrant shuka cloaks, their faces glowing with pride, leaped and twirled under the watchful eyes of elders. This rite was more than just a celebration. It was a connection to the ancestors who had walked before them, whose spirits guided them through the trials of life. Each movement told a story of bravery, strength, and the commitment to community. As the drums echoed through the night, it was impossible not to feel the weight of history, the pulse of a culture that had thrived against the odds. In the large expanse of the Arctic, the Inuit people gathered for the Nalukatak, a festival celebrating the successful whale hunt. The long hours of preparation culminated in a joyous dance, the community coming together to share the bounty of the sea. The laughter of children and adults alike filled the air as stories were told and traditions passed down through generations. The spirit of the whale, a powerful symbol of life and survival, was honored in every song and every step. The festival became a circle of life, binding the community through shared experiences and the reverence for nature's gifts. These festivals and ceremonies, steeped in mythology, are the heartbeats of cultures, echoing through time. Each celebration, whether filled with the laughter of children or the solemn chants of prayer, ties the present to the past in a tapestry rich with meaning. Just as the sun sets and rises, these moments of connection bring warmth and light to the human experience, reminding everyone that they are part of something larger than themselves. With each vibrant celebration, A bridge is formed, connecting ancient myths to the modern world. As the music rises and the stories unfold, a promise lingers in the air. The promise that these traditions will carry on, nourishing the souls of those who seek to remember and honor the past. The night is alive with spirit and possibility, where each flickering flame, every beating drum, and each joyous shout melds into a powerful chorus that transcends the ages. The world spins on, and as the festivities continue, the stories wait patiently, eager to intertwine with the next chapter of life, a journey that is never truly finished. In the stillness of the early morning, as the sun peeks over the horizon, a gentle wind stirs the leaves of ancient trees. The whispers of the past dance around, carrying stories long forgotten. In this sacred space, where the land breathes life into every crevice, the languages of Aboriginal peoples rise like smoke from a sacred fire, imbued with the essence of mythology. Each word, each phrase, is a thread woven into a vast tapestry that stretches across generations. It is a living testament to the deep connection between language and the stories that shape a culture. For the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, these languages do not merely serve as tools for communication. They are conduits to the cosmos, connecting the earth to the heavens, the present to the ancestral past. In every syllable, there lies a piece of the universe, lessons, morals, and ancient wisdom captured in the beauty of sound. As the sun sets, casting an orange glow across the land, the stories of the Dreamtime come alive. These myths, rich in meaning, speak of creation and the spirits that inhabit every rock, river, and creature. The rainbow serpent coils through the rivers, a powerful symbol of life and renewal. In the tales of the Wandjina, the ancestral spirits of rain and creation, lies the understanding that the land is alive, watching, and reacting to human actions. This relationship between people and nature flourishes in the languages, where the words for animals, plants, and natural phenomena often carry deeper significance, reflecting a profound respect for the environment. The mythological figures find their way into the very structure of these languages. The stories shape the vocabulary, the grammar, and even the intonation, creating a rhythm that echoes the heartbeat of the land. For instance, the word for mother might not only refer to a biological connection, but also encapsulate the nurturing spirit of the earth itself, a reminder that all life is interconnected. When children hear the stories of Tidalik the frog, who drank all the water in the land, they learn about the balance of nature, an essential lesson wrapped in a captivating tale. As the night deepens, the flicker of campfires illuminates faces filled with wonder. Elders share stories in their native tongues, each word a spark igniting the imagination of the young ones gathered around. They listen, eyes wide, as they learn that the stars are not just distant lights, but the spirits of their ancestors watching over them. The myths are more than entertainment. They are the very essence of identity, a guide for living in harmony with the world. Languages evolve, just like the landscapes they describe. When colonizers arrived, they brought with them their own languages, threatening to overshadow the unique voices of Aboriginal peoples. Yet, even in the face of such change, the power of mythology remained resilient. In the shadows of oppression, the stories persisted, whispered among the trees and sung in the streams. The languages adapted, borrowing words where necessary, yet retaining their core, those mythological roots that ground them in their history. In some communities, languages have been revitalized through a conscious effort to reconnect with those ancient stories. Workshops and gatherings breathe new life into these languages, reminding the people of their rich heritage. Children learn songs that tell of the creation of mountains, the formation of rivers, and the lessons of respect and responsibility. The stories become living words, flowing with emotion as they resonate through generations, igniting pride and identity in those who speak them. As the moon rises high, casting a silver glow over the land, the night is filled with storytelling. Elders recount the journey of the Seven Sisters, a tale that transcends mere narrative to become a map of the land. Each star represents a sister, and their story guides travelers through the bush, teaching them about the paths less taken and the sacred sites to respect. The language is alive with imagery, pulling listeners into the very heart of the story, where they can almost feel the warmth of the stars and the coolness of the night air. Children, with eyes sparkling like the constellations above, learn that their language is a vessel for dreams. They speak of the future, intertwining it with the past, as they shape their identities through the lens of these myths. Each story, passed down from one generation to the next, serves as a reminder of who they are and where they come from, grounding them in a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected. The influence of mythology on Aboriginal languages is not just a historical footnote. It is a living testament to resilience, creativity, and connection. Each language holds a wealth of wisdom that transcends time and space. In every sound, there is a story, a heartbeat of the land that echoes through the ages. As the stars twinkle overhead, one can almost hear the voices of ancestors calling out through the ages, urging the present to remember and honor the past. And so, the fire crackles, sending embers into the night sky, carrying the weight of stories that refuse to fade. As dawn approaches, the myths blend seamlessly with the reality of life, reminding all who listen of the intricate dance between language and culture. In this sacred space, where words become the essence of existence, the future continues to weave itself into the fabric of mythology. Forever entwined in the voices of those who cherish their heritage, ensuring that the stories will echo on, just as the language breathes life into every corner of the earth. On a frigid winter night in 331 BC, a figure cloaked in shadows stood on a hill overlooking a battlefield. His breath formed clouds in the air as he tightened his grip on a sword that gleamed under the pale moonlight. This was Alexander the Great, a name that echoed through history, a symbol of unyielding bravery and ambition. As the distant sounds of clashing swords and war cries rose to a crescendo, Alexander could feel the weight of history resting on his shoulders. He was not just fighting for land, he was carving his legacy into the very stones of time. Across the ages, the essence of courage has been captured in the stories of legendary figures. Each one carried a torch of bravery, lighting the way for those who followed. These heroes emerged from the pages of history, not just as warriors, but as symbols of hope, embodying the spirit of those who dared to defy the odds. Their tales are woven with threads of triumph and tragedy, illuminating the human heart's capacity for both fear and fearless sacrifice. Take Joan of Arc, for instance, a young peasant girl who heard voices guiding her to save her country. In her time, the world saw women as fragile and submissive, yet she donned armor and led armies into battle. Joan rode into the fray with fire in her heart, believing she was chosen by divine forces. Her courage ignited a nation, inspiring the French to fight against the English in the 100 Years' War. As she stood before the flames, awaiting her execution, her unwavering spirit radiated a strength that transcended her physical body. The burning of her flesh could not extinguish the light she had sparked in the hearts of those who would remember her name for centuries to come. Then there was the ever-inspiring figure of Mahatma Gandhi, who wielded not a sword, but a philosophy of nonviolence, standing against the might of British rule in India. His courage lay not in clashing steel, but in the quiet strength of a heart that refused to submit to despair. He walked barefoot across the scorching Indian soil, leading his people in peaceful protests, embracing suffering rather than inflicting it. His salt march became a symbol of defiance, a gentle rebuttal against oppression that echoed around the world. In a moment when the world was laced with injustice, Gandhi's courage was a lighthouse in the storm, guiding countless souls toward freedom with the power of love and resilience. And consider the story of Harriet Tubman, who sneaked through dark woods under the cover of night, driven by an unshakable resolve to free her people. She was a beacon of hope for the enslaved, returning to the South repeatedly, risking her life to lead others to safety along the Underground Railroad. Each step she took was fraught with danger. Yet the thought of freedom for those bound in chains propelled her forward. The sound of slave hunters in the distance was a haunting reminder of the dangers she faced. Still, she pressed on, driven by the belief that no one should be shackled to a life of despair. Harriet's heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of 1,000 souls yearning for liberty, a powerful testament to the kind of courage that ignites revolutions. In the midst of these legendary figures, the story of Nelson Mandela emerges, a man whose spirit could not be broken, despite spending 27 years in prison for his fight against apartheid. Each day behind bars could have crushed his spirit, yet he transformed his cells into classrooms, shaping his mind and soul until the world was ready to hear his voice. When he stepped into the light as a free man, he was not just a symbol of resistance, but a living embodiment of forgiveness and reconciliation. His courage was a balm for a nation torn apart, teaching that true strength lies not in vengeance, but in understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of these figures loomed larger than life, casting a long shadow across time. Their stories are not mere tales, but living truths that resonate in every heartbeat. They remind humanity of the fires that burn within, a reminder that courage can be found in the most unexpected places. It lives in the hearts of those who refuse to bow down, who rise against tyranny and injustice, who embrace their fears and transform them into strength. The reverberations of their choices echo through time, stirring the hearts of those who stand on the precipice of fear and hope. They are not just stories of the past. They are calls to action for the present, urging the next generation to rise up. The weight of their sacrifices hangs like a shroud, a reminder that the battle for justice and freedom is never truly over. Their legacies whisper through history, intertwining with the fabric of those who dare to dream of a better world. As the shadows shift and the night deepens, the stories of courage and heroism pulse with a life of their own, inviting the next chapter to unfold. Each story, a thread connecting past and future, reminds us that bravery is not reserved for the battlefield. It is found in everyday moments, in the quiet decisions that shape lives. And as audiences turn the pages of these legends, they find themselves drawn into the tapestry of human emotion, where every heartbeat sings the song of courage and the indomitable spirit that refuses to fade. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient amphitheater, where the air was thick with anticipation. A low hum began to rise, pulsating like the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was a sound that had echoed through the ages, a bridge between worlds where the divine met the mortal. Music and dance were not merely entertainment. They were the very essence of myth, infusing stories with life, emotion, and power. In the land of the Greeks, the gods were not distant figures, lost in the clouds. They danced among mortals, embodied in the rhythm of the lyre and the beat of the drum. Orpheus, the legendary musician, could charm stones and wild beasts with his melodies. His music was a thread woven into the fabric of life itself, capable of moving mountains and even descending into the underworld to retrieve his beloved Eurydice. It was said that when he played, the trees bent to listen and the rivers paused in their rush to flow. The power of music became a symbol of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between despair and hope. In the same breath, the dance of the Maenads, followers of Dionysus, painted a different picture. They twirled and whirled, lost in ecstasy, their movements a wild celebration of life and death. The thundering drums matched the frantic beating of their hearts, echoing the chaos of existence. In their frenzied dance, they embodied the raw, untamed forces of nature, the duality of creation and destruction. Each step was a tribute to the fleeting nature of joy, a reminder that life is a constant cycle of birth and rebirth, rapture and ruin. Across the Mediterranean, in the ancient temples of India, music and dance were also woven into the very fabric of spirituality. The stories of gods like Krishna and Shiva were brought to life through classical dance forms like Bharatanatyam and Kathak. The intricate footwork and expressive hand gestures became a language of their own, telling tales of divine love and cosmic balance. When performers danced, they were not merely reenacting stories. They were channeling the essence of the deities themselves, inviting the audience into a sacred space where the divine and the earthly intertwined. In Egypt, the music of the sistrum, a rattle used in rituals, was believed to awaken the goddess Hathor, the deity of music, dance, and fertility. Her worshippers would sing and dance, their movements mimicking the flow of the Nile, embodying the rhythms of life itself. The sound of the sistrum echoed through the temples, calling forth blessings and prosperity, as dancers adorned in vibrant fabrics swirled around the sacred altars, each gesture a prayer, each note a plea for abundance. Leaving the banks of the Nile behind, one could hear the haunting sounds of the Irish harp, where ancient Celtic myths danced in the twilight. The stories of the Tuatha De Danann, the race of gods and heroes, were interwoven with melodies that spoke of courage and loss. The music stirred the soul, evoking images of epic battles and tragic romances. As the harpist played, listeners would close their eyes, envisioning the warriors of old, their hearts racing with the tales of bravery, love, and sacrifice that echoed through the ages. The rhythms of the African drum, too, served as a vital pulse within the tapestry of myth. In the West African tradition, griots, storytellers, and musicians brought ancestral tales to life with their powerful performances. The beat of the djembe resonated like the heartbeat of the land, while the stories of creation and heroism unfolded through music and dance. Each performance was a celebration of culture and identity, a bond that connected generations. The energy in the air was electric as families gathered under the moonlight, their spirits lifted by the rhythms that told their history. As dusk turned to night, the sound of music transformed, pulling people into a world where the boundaries between the sacred and the ordinary blurred. The sounds of flutes, drums, and voices mingled in a symphony of emotion, giving rise to a collective heartbeat that bound the audience together. music became an invocation, summoning the spirits of ancestors and deities alike, as dancers drew on the emotions embedded in their cultural stories. The air crackled with energy, and the very ground seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their shared heritage. In this tapestry of time, the power of music and dance in mythological narratives was not simply about telling stories, it was about living them. The performers were conduits of history, their bodies echoing the experiences of those before them. The audience, too, became part of the narrative, each heartbeat, each breath, and each tear a testament to the emotional gravity of the stories being shared. The music wrapped around them like a warm embrace, inviting them to feel, to remember, and to connect with the timeless tales that shaped their identities. As the last notes faded into the night, a deep silence fell, pregnant with reverberations of what had just been experienced. The dancers, breathless from their exertions, stood in stillness, their hearts echoing the stories they had just shared. Each movement, each note, had carved a memory that would linger long after the performance had ended. The audience, still caught in the web of emotion, exchanged glances filled with understanding, a silent acknowledgement that they had just witnessed something sacred, something eternal. In that moment, the veil between worlds lifted, revealing the power of myth wrapped in music and dance. It was a reminder that every story told was a strand in the rich fabric of humanity, woven together by the universal threads of joy, sorrow, love, and redemption. And as the night deepened, the echoes of ancient melodies and rhythmic movements lingered in the air, whispering promises of new stories waiting to be born, waiting to be shared once more. The rhythm of life continued, pulsating with the energy of the ages, a testament to the unbreakable bond between art and mythology, forever entwined in a dance that would never truly end. From the crackling firelight of ancient gatherings, a flicker of curiosity dances in the eyes of the listeners, their breath caught in the web of stories woven through centuries. In those moments, myths were not merely tales, they were the lifeblood of civilizations. They sparked imagination, shaped values, and offered profound lessons, all while embedding themselves deep within the cultural psyche. The air is thick with anticipation, the kind of tension that can make every heartbeat seem louder, as history whispers its secrets through the ages. A young boy named Chemo sat wide-eyed among the elders, the rhythm of the drum echoing in his chest. His heart raced as the elder began to recount the tale of the trickster god, who danced between wisdom and folly. The story flowed like a river, carrying along lessons of humility, bravery, and the importance of community. As the fire crackled, Chemo could feel the heat of the flames washing over him, but it was the warmth of the narrative that truly enveloped him. Each word was a spark, igniting something deeper within, a sense of belonging, responsibility, and morality. In the sprawling landscapes of ancient Greece, a woman named Callista listened attentively as her mentor spoke of the wise Athena. The goddess was more than a figure of power. She embodied wisdom itself. Callista learned that cultivating intellect was just as heroic as wielding a sword. Under the soft glow of olive trees, she began to understand the weight of choices, the importance of seeking truth, and the consequences of deceit. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were tools for understanding the world around her. The myths painted a vibrant tapestry of human experience, inviting her to reflect on her own life and decisions. As dusk fell over the vast deserts of the Americas, the Pequot people gathered around their own fire, preparing to hear the tale of the Great Spirit. The stories of creation, of land, and of harmony with nature rang through the night air, a melodic reminder of their connection to the earth. Each legend was a moral compass, guiding the young to respect nature and honor their ancestors. The weight of heritage settled on the shoulders of every listener, drawing them closer together. The fire flickered, casting shadows of hope and resilience, a promise that the wisdom of the past would guide them into the future. In the bustling markets of ancient Egypt, merchants exchanged more than goods. They exchanged stories. In the tales of Osiris and Isis, the trials and triumphs of life were laid bare. The people learned the importance of justice, love, and sacrifice. Through these narratives, they grasped the significance of community, the bond that tied them together beyond their individual struggles. Children would enact these myths, transforming their lives into living lessons, where morality met emotion in a dance as old as time itself. Meanwhile, in the echoing halls of the Roman Forum, debates raged about the virtues of courage and duty. Young men, eager to prove their worth, would reflect on the deeds of Aeneas, the hero who embodied the ideal Roman values of piety and loyalty. These tales acted as a mirror, reflecting their own hopes and aspirations. The tension in their voices, the rising fervor as they spoke of honor and sacrifice, created an environment charged with purpose. It was not just about the past, it was a call to action for the present. Over the oceans, in the islands of the Polynesians, the stories of Maui revealed the interplay between man and the divine, with each tale of the demigod's bravery and cleverness. Children learned about the value of ingenuity and courage in the face of adversity. The ocean roared in response, a reminder that nature was both a friend and a foe. It was a dance of respect, a lesson that echoed through the waves. These myths were not just stories, they were life itself, teaching generations the significance of their existence and their role within the world. In the shadows of the Himalayas, the teachings of Buddha spread like the gentle fall of snow. The tales of enlightenment were parables filled with compassion and understanding, urging followers to look within. With each story, the landscape shifted from one of suffering to one of hope. The path of morality was illuminated, showing that every action carried weight, every word had power. It was a profound awakening, a realization that life was a cycle of suffering, learning, and rebirth. The stories continued to travel across continents and cultures, morphing, yet retaining their essence. In each society, they evolved, adapting to the needs of the people while remaining powerful tools for education. The narratives were interwoven into the very fabric of life, each generation nurturing them, breathing new life into old tales. The echoes of their wisdom reverberated in classrooms, homes, and even the quiet moments of solitude, where reflection turned into revelation. For the countless souls who sought guidance, these myths served as beacons of light. They spoke of heroism, of love, and the trials of the human spirit. Each tale was a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience, connecting people across time and space. The power of myth lay not just in their ability to entertain, but in their capacity to educate, to instill values that shaped societies and guided individuals through the complexities of life. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Chemo, Callista, and countless others across nations felt the weight of their stories pressing on their hearts. They were not alone. They were part of something greater. The stories of their ancestors intertwined with their own, creating a legacy that would guide them into the future. The air hummed with the shared understanding that these narratives were more than just entertainment. They were the very essence of what it meant to be human. And with this understanding, the tales continued to ripple through time, forever etching their lessons into the souls of those who dared to listen. Under the shadow of ancient mountains, where the wind whispers secrets of old, every clan holds tight to their tales, stories woven into the very fabric of their existence. Around flickering fires, the air thickens with anticipation as young and old gather, hearts pounding in rhythm with the crackling flames. Each clan, from the fiery heart of the plains to the icy breath of the north, spins its own tapestry of myths, each thread shimmering with unique color and texture. In the highlands, where the air is crisp and the clouds cling to the peaks like ghosts, a warrior's spirit roams. The tale of the great bear, revered and feared, echoes through the valleys. In this version, the bear is not just an animal, but a guardian, fierce and formidable. It is said that when a hunter ventures too far into the woods, the bear watches, unseen yet omnipresent, ready to protect its domain. The young men in the clan often speak in hushed tones of the night their ancestors faced the bear and emerged with a blessing, the mark of the beast etched into their skin. Laughter melds with fear as they recount the details, each telling morphing this guardian into a legend that shapes their destinies. Travel eastward, where rolling hills cradle small villages, and the stories shift like the changing seasons. Here, the same bear becomes a wise old man, his fur a cloak of wisdom. Villagers say he walks among them in disguise, offering guidance to those who seek it. A young girl once dreamed of the bear, lost in a forest of doubt, and when she awoke, she found the world tinged with clarity. The whispers of her village echo with hope, grounded in the belief that every heart holds a piece of the bear's spirit, waiting for the moment it can roar. Yet, further south, where the sun blazes down and rivers twist like serpents, the bear transforms again. Here, he is a trickster, a deceiver who plays games with hunters, leading them astray. The older folks chuckle as they recount tales of laughter and mischief, where the bear steals food from unsuspecting campers, leaving them bewildered yet amused. If you can't outsmart the bear, you might as well share your meal, the villagers say with a grin. Their laughter is contagious, filled with camaraderie and an understanding that life is often a dance between chaos and joy. Northward, where the ice glistens like diamonds under the pale sun, there is a hauntingly different air. Here, the bear is a symbol of survival, a cold reminder of the harshness of existence. The clan's stories are laced with sorrow, a reminder that the bear took their loved ones in winter's grip. Around the fires, the mood shifts, voices soften. An elder tells of a time when the bear punished the clan for their greed, showing them that nature's balance must never be disrupted. The chilling stories leave a prickle down the spine, an understanding that every myth, no matter how different, holds a truth that resonates through time. Each clan, each region, spins its own variations of the myth, reflecting the ethos of its people. In the warm south, tales run through the blood like wine, rich and intoxicating, while in the frigid north, they resonate like the distant howl of the wind, stark and beautiful. It's as if the myths are living beings, evolving and adapting, each version breathing life into the very essence of the people they represent. The connection runs deeper than just stories. In the coastal clans, the legends tell of a great whale, a creature of immense size and spirit, revered for its wisdom and strength. Fishermen speak of the day when the whale breached the surface, singing a song that echoed through the waters, a melody that brought calm and clarity to those who listened. The ocean is alive with tales of the whale's journey, a reminder of the interconnectedness of life, where every wave carries a whisper from the past. In contrast, the desert tribes tell of a fierce eagle, a master of the skies, whose keen eyes can spot a single drop of water from miles away. The eagle is both a guardian and a trickster, often seen as a guide for lost souls wandering through endless sands. In their stories, the eagle's wings become a metaphor for freedom, soaring high above the struggles of the earth. Each flight tells of resilience, an unyielding spirit that inspires the people to rise above their own challenges. Yet, even with these variations, the overarching themes remain: guardianship, survival, deception, and love. Each clan's myths serve not just as stories, but as moral compasses, guiding their actions and shaping their identities. The heart of each tale beats with the same rhythm, but the melody changes with each telling, steeped in the unique experiences of its people. As dusk falls and the stars begin to twinkle, the warmth of the fire grows, inviting deeper tales to the fore. It's a moment suspended in time, where the boundaries of reality blur with the magic of the myths. The listeners lean in, hanging on every word, as the elder weaves together the threads of the bear, the whale, and the eagle, connecting them in a tapestry that transcends distance and time. The stories meld into one another, a ceaseless flow of emotions that binds the clans together. The laughter rises, mingling with the crackling fire, while tears of remembrance glisten in the eyes of those who recall lost loved ones. Each myth becomes a vessel for shared experiences, an emotional bridge across generations. With every twist and turn, with every variation, these myths breathe life into the clans, anchoring them to their past while propelling them into the future. As the night deepens and the fires burn low, the air thickens with anticipation for the next tale, the next variation that will dance through the air, keeping the spirits of the ancestors alive in their stories, echoing through the ages. The passion and intensity swell, reaching a crescendo that promises to continue, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of their shared legacy. Under the vast, star-studded sky of the Australian outback, a fire crackled softly, illuminating the faces of a group of Aboriginal artists. Each one was lost in thought, their gazes fixed on the flames as they flickered like the spirits of their ancestors. The air was thick with stories waiting to be told, each as vibrant as the colors that splashed across their canvases. This was not just a gathering, it was a communion of souls, each artist a keeper of age-old knowledge, weaving the threads of mythology into the fabric of contemporary art. As the night deepened, one artist, a woman in her 40s with paint-stained hands, began to speak. Her voice was steady, yet filled with emotion, echoing the legends that had been passed down through generations. She spoke of the rainbow serpent, a being who carved rivers and shaped mountains, a creator and destroyer. As she described the serpent's journey through the land, the listeners felt a shiver run down their spines, as if the ancient spirit had risen from the earth itself. This was not merely a tale, it was a lifeline connecting the present to the past, a reminder of the power that resides in their history. In this world of contemporary Aboriginal artists, the canvas becomes a sacred space, a portal to the dreamtime where myths breathe and dance. Each brushstroke is a whisper of the land, a tribute to the ancestors who walked it long before. The artists draw inspiration from the intricate stories of creation, of spirits that guide, and of the interconnectedness of all living things. Their work is not just art, it is a spiritual expression, a way to communicate what words often fail to capture. Among these artists was a man known for his bold use of color, who painted not just with his hands, but with his heart. He remembered the stories his grandfather told him, tales of the emu in the sky, a celestial being that guided the people. With every stroke, he painted the constellation, not as a distant cluster of stars, but as a vibrant creature soaring through the cosmos. The canvas pulsed with life, resonating with the heartbeat of the universe. As onlookers gazed at his work, they felt an inexplicable connection to something much larger than themselves, something timeless and magnificent. The stories told by these artists were not just echoes of the past. They were calls to action in a world that often ignores the wisdom of its first inhabitants. The audience was spellbound, witnessing an act of reclamation. Every piece created was an assertion of identity, a declaration that the past is not something to be left behind, but to be honored and celebrated. With every image, they handed down the teachings of their ancestors, integrating them into the fabric of modern life. One artist, a young woman with a fierce determination in her eyes, had a unique approach. She incorporated traditional symbols and motifs into multimedia installations that spoke of both struggle and resilience. Her pieces reflected the harsh realities faced by Aboriginal communities today, yet they also exuded an undeniable sense of hope. The stories she portrayed were raw and powerful, capturing the essence of survival against overwhelming odds. It was impossible to look at her work without feeling a surge of emotion, a deep recognition of the strength that pulses through her people. As the fire continued to crackle, the conversation deepened. They discussed the role of mythology in contemporary life, each artist contributing their insights. Their words flowed like a river, intertwining personal experiences with cultural narratives, revealing the layers of meaning that art can convey. There was laughter, tears, and moments of silence where the weight of their history hung in the air, like a heavy mist. In that space, the past was alive and vibrant. It seeped into their skin, igniting a fire within them that could not be extinguished. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the voices of ancestors long gone. It was as if the land itself was listening, responding to the stories being shared around the fire. The artists felt a sense of duty, a commitment to ensure that these tales would never fade into obscurity. They were the guardians of their culture, and with every artwork, they etched a piece of their identity into the tapestry of the world. In the shadows, a young boy listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder. He was captivated by the stories, hungry for knowledge, and eager to understand the world around him. The artists noticed him, and one by one, they drew him into their circle, sharing their techniques, their dreams, and their fears. They painted the future with him in mind, showing him that he too could carry the torch of their traditions, that he too could create a bridge between the past and the present. As the fire began to die down, the energy in the air shifted. The artists felt a profound sense of unity, a shared purpose that surpassed individual aspirations. They were threads in a larger narrative, bound together by their love for their culture and their commitment to their people. The night was not an ending, but a beginning, a spark that would ignite a new wave of creativity and expression. Eyes glistened with tears and joy, hearts raced with exhilaration. This was a moment in time that would linger in memory, a testament to the resilience of Aboriginal culture. Each artist carried the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders, yet they walked with pride, ready to share their gifts with the world. Their stories, painted boldly across canvases and woven into installations, would resonate far beyond this gathering, echoing through time and space. As the last embers faded into the night, the artists knew that their journey was ongoing. They were not just creators, they were storytellers, and their stories would continue to breathe life into the world, weaving a tapestry of connection that would transcend generations. The whispers of the dreamtime would carry into tomorrow, igniting the hearts of those who dared to listen. The flickering glow of a campfire illuminated the faces of eager listeners, their eyes wide with wonder. Around them, the shadows danced, mimicking the ancient heroes and gods whose stories had been passed down through generations. The tale of Odysseus's cunning and the tragic fate of Medusa hung in the air like a thick mist. But the whispers of time had begun to fade these legends into mere echoes. As the fire crackled, a sound that seemed to murmur secrets of the past, one could not help but feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, urging them to remember. Technology, a force both feared and revered, was now stepping in to reclaim these stories, to breathe new life into their dust-covered pages. From the invention of the printing press to the rise of the Internet, each advancement was a thread woven into the vast tapestry of human experience, connecting the ancient past with the vibrant present. The digital age, with its boundless reach and infinite capacity for storage, offered a modern sanctuary for these mythological tales, preserving them for future generations. In the hallowed halls of libraries and museums, digital archives began to emerge, housing manuscripts that had once been hidden away, their delicate pages at risk of crumbling in the hands of time. Scholars and enthusiasts alike pored over old texts, now available at the click of a button, their hearts racing as they unearthed forgotten stories. The tales of gods and monsters, of heroes who dared to defy fate, found a new audience in a world fascinated by the extraordinary. As children gathered around screens in classrooms, the stories of Gilgamesh and Hercules leapt to life through animated adaptations, their vibrant colors and engaging narratives casting a spell that held their attention like nothing before. With each swipe and click, these ancient epics transformed into a form that resonated with the youth of today, a bridge spanning the generational divide, inviting them to grapple with the very essence of humanity that these myths encapsulated. In a dimly lit room filled with the hum of computers, a team of passionate creators worked tirelessly to produce immersive virtual reality experiences. They understood that stories were not just meant to be read. They were meant to be felt. With headsets strapped on, users could now walk alongside these legendary figures, feeling the heat of the sun on the battlegrounds of Troy, hearing the roar of the crowd as they cheered for mighty Achilles. The thrill of combat, the weight of destiny, these were no longer confined to the pages of dusty books. They pulsed with life in a digital world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, indigenous tribes were using smartphones to record their oral histories, ensuring that their ancestors' tales were not lost to the relentless march of time. The elders shared stories of creation, of spirits that danced in the wind, weaving in and out of reality. Each recording was a thread in a vibrant tapestry of identity and culture, preserved against the eroding forces of modernity. These stories, once at risk of fading, were now secured in digital amber, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In the bustling streets of cities, augmented reality apps began to pop up, inviting users to experience mythological stories in fresh ways. Imagine standing in front of an ancient ruin and pointing your phone at it to see the gods and goddesses brought to life, their tales unfolding in a dazzling display before your eyes. The past mingled with the present, each story a heartbeat echoing through the ages, calling out to be remembered, to be celebrated. As the world continued to spin, the art of storytelling evolved. Podcasts, with their intimate nature, became a haunting medium for narrating the legends that had once been sung around fires. Voices filled with passion recounted the exploits of Thor and Loki, drawing listeners into a world where magic was real and the impossible became possible. Each episode was a dance between history and imagination, weaving threads of suspense and emotion that left their audience yearning for more. Yet, even as technology flourished, it was vital to remember the importance of the human touch. Scholars held symposiums to discuss the ethical implications of technology in preserving these stories, ensuring that their cultural significance would not be lost in translation. For each myth carried the weight of its people, lessons learned, morals taught, and identities shaped through centuries. In this delicate balance, the heartbeat of humanity trembled with anticipation, yearning for the old ways to guide the new. Then, as the glow of the fire dimmed and the last echoes of ancient voices faded into the night, a new era dawned. The stories of old were no longer isolated in historical texts. They pulsated through the veins of modern technology, resonating with the very essence of what it meant to be human. Every app, every recording, every animated tale was a reminder that these myths were not merely remnants of the past, but living entities, capable of evolving and adapting, much like the people who told them. The fire flickered one last time, a spark catching the wind, carrying with it the essence of stories that transcended time and space. The tension in the air electrified as the audience felt the stories wrap around them like a warm blanket, urging them to hold on tight. They were not just observers. They were participants in a dance that had begun long ago. And as the flames settled into embers, the question remained: what tales would technology conjure next? And how would they shape the souls of the storytellers yet to come? Under a sky painted with swirling stars and an ancient moon, the whispers of the dreamtime beckon. It is a time when the world was alive with spirits, a canvas where ancestral stories breathed life into every rock, tree, and stream. In this sacred space, tales of creation and moral lessons danced around campfires, echoing through generations. These stories, rooted deeply in the culture of Australia's Indigenous peoples, cast long shadows over modern literature, infusing it with rich symbolism and a sense of place that awakens the imagination. The Dreamtime is not merely a myth. It is a web of beliefs that intertwine the land and its people. Through it, characters emerge, like the clever trickster, whose antics teach profound truths, or the nurturing Mother Earth, embodying the spirit of all living things. These figures have inspired countless writers, their stories spilling over into contemporary works where the past and present collide. An unseen thread links the ancient tales to the pages of modern novels, poetry, and plays, inviting readers to ponder the legacy of these tales that still resonate today. Consider the powerful imagery of the rainbow serpent, a being of creation that flows through rivers and landscapes, shaping the earth while embodying the duality of life and death. This figure has found its way into the heart of many stories, becoming a symbol of transformation and renewal. In contemporary narratives, the rainbow serpent appears as both a literal and metaphorical force, reminding readers that change is inevitable and often beautiful. Writers weave this ancient spirit into their narratives, creating characters that mirror the struggles and triumphs of the very land they inhabit. The emotional weight of these stories lingers, igniting a spark in the reader's soul. In the hands of modern authors, the themes of connection to the land and community come alive. Think of those who stand on the precipice of personal discovery, much like the characters from the Dreamtime. They confront their own identities against the backdrop of a world that often seems chaotic. The stories of Aboriginal ancestry offer a template for understanding one's place in the universe, urging characters to seek harmony with nature and each other. These tales echo, reverberating in the hearts of readers, urging them to reflect on their own lives and the intricate tapestry of relationships that bind us all. As the pages turn, the tension builds. A young protagonist struggles with their cultural heritage, grappling between two worlds, the traditional and the modern. The echoes of the past resonate through them, calling forth the wisdom of ancestors who lived in harmony with the land. Each decision, each conflict, mirrors the ancient stories of survival and resilience, imbued with a sense of urgency that draws the reader into the narrative. The fear of losing one's identity, the longing to belong, becomes palpable as the character navigates their journey, much like the stories that have been passed down from generation to generation. In the throes of modern literature, the influence of Aboriginal mythology seeps into the fabric of storytelling. Writers become vessels, channeling the narratives of the ancients, allowing the stories to unfurl like a tapestry of wisdom and emotion. The characters they create, much like the spirits of the Dreamtime, carry echoes of laughter, sorrow, and triumph. They face trials that reflect the struggles of their ancestors, often encountering obstacles that challenge their beliefs and understanding of the world. The stories of the land, the spirits that inhabit it, and the moral lessons they impart resonate most profoundly in these moments of conflict. Characters face choices that illuminate the essence of humanity. They are not merely fighting against external forces, but battling their inner demons, much like the figures from Aboriginal tales who confronted their fears and sought redemption. The reader feels every heartbeat, every tear, and every moment of joy that breathes life into the narrative. In the thick of night, a character might sit beneath a vast expanse of stars, the Milky Way stretching overhead like a shimmering bridge to the ancestors. They might recall the stories told by their grandparents, tales of the spirits who walk beside them, guiding their steps. The weight of this legacy presses upon them, igniting a fire within that demands to be acknowledged. This moment of reflection is a bridge connecting the ancient with the contemporary, an invitation to explore the deeper meanings that bind us to our history. The emotional landscape shifts once again, as modern literary voices rise to challenge the injustices faced by Aboriginal peoples. The stories become vehicles for activism, urging readers not only to appreciate the beauty of these ancient myths, but also to confront the harsh realities that persist today. Writers stand as guardians of these narratives, reminding the world of the resilience and strength woven into the fabric of Aboriginal culture. The stakes are high, and the urgency palpable, as they demand acknowledgement and respect for the land and its original caretakers. In the depths of the narrative, the influence of Aboriginal mythology is unavoidable. Characters emerge not just as individuals, but as embodiments of their culture, carrying the weight of their history and dreams. They traverse landscapes that are more than mere settings. They are characters in their own right, alive with the stories of creation, sustenance, and survival. The reader is invited to walk alongside them, feeling the earth beneath their feet, the wind caressing their skin, and the spirits watching over them. As the tension crescendos, the characters are faced with choices that reflect the moral teachings of Aboriginal mythology. They must decide how to balance their personal desires with their responsibilities to their community and the land. This struggle, echoing the very essence of the Dreamtime stories, propels the narrative forward, capturing the reader's attention with each turn of the page. The emotional stakes rise, leaving a lingering question in the air. Can they honor their past while forging their own path? In this intricate dance of storytelling, the influence of Aboriginal mythology continues to shape the narrative landscape. The characters, steeped in rich traditions and profound lessons, become a reflection of the world we inhabit. Their journeys resonate with the reader, echoing the timeless truths that remind us of our connection to the earth and each other. With every story, the threads intertwine, blurring the lines between past and present, myth and reality, creating an endless loop of inspiration and emotion. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow that danced across the surface of a tranquil lake. The water shimmered as if hiding stories beneath its gentle waves, stories that whispered of ancient beings and old wisdom. With each ripple, echoes of the past resonated, drawing connections between the mythical and the tangible world. What if nature was alive, aware, and watching? What if the trees, the rivers, and the mountains held secrets that could teach humanity about its own stewardship of the earth? In many cultures, the threads binding myth and nature are woven intricately together. Take the Native American traditions where the land is not merely a resource but a living entity, a relative. The Iroquois, for instance, believed that every decision made should consider the impact on the next 7 generations. This profound philosophy instills a sense of responsibility that transcends time. Picture a council of elders gathered under the canopies of ancient oaks, their voices rising in harmony with the rustling leaves, a pact of protection and reverence made not just for themselves, but for the unborn. Across the globe, the ancient Greeks spoke of Gaia, the Earth Mother, who birthed the sky, the mountains, and the seas. She was not simply a backdrop for human endeavors, but a nurturing force that demanded respect. The myth of Demeter and Persephone tells of the bond between nature and humanity, emphasizing cycles of growth and decay, life and death. The longing of Demeter, who roamed the earth in sorrow after her daughter's descent into the underworld, mirrors the current anguish felt as ecosystems decline. Are we not, in our own way, wandering through the world, searching for what has been lost? Turning to the lush landscapes of the Amazon rainforest, the stories of the indigenous tribes come alive in the cacophony of wildlife. The Yanomami people speak of the spirits residing in the trees, the rivers, and the animals. To cut down a tree is not just to lose wood, it's to sever a connection with a spirit that has stood guard over the forest for centuries. Each loss echoes a warning, a cry that reverberates far beyond the fallen timber. The Amazon, often referred to as the lungs of the planet, is not just a collection of trees and creatures. It is a living tapestry of interconnected destinies. As the past intertwines with the present, consider the ancient Norse tales of Yggdrasil, the world tree, a mighty ash that connects all realms. Its roots delve into the underworld, while its branches reach for the heavens. This imagery beckons modern minds to understand that every action has a consequence, stretching infinitely through time and space. The tale of Yggdrasil is a reminder that humanity must find balance, for severing those roots would mean the collapse of the entire universe. Today, that balance teeters on the brink as forests are lost and ecosystems crumble. In the shadows of the Himalayas, the Buddhist teachings remind us of the interconnectedness of all life. The sacred reverence for nature is entrenched in the lore of the Himalayas, where gods dwell on the peaks, and every stream is a pathway for blessings. The cycles of nature mirror the cycles of life and death, urging respect for the earth and its resources. In these high altitudes, the air is thin, yet the wisdom is rich. It speaks of harmony and balance, lessons humanity often forgets amidst the rush for progress and power. Consider the rituals of the Maasai in East Africa, where the act of herding cattle is steeped in tradition, respect, and an understanding of land management that has prevailed for centuries. Their songs tell of the land's gifts, but also of the burdens that come with ownership. The Maasai warriors, clad in vibrant shuka, embody a fierce devotion to their heritage. The dry savanna, home to majestic wildlife, is both a canvas and a battleground. Here, the balance of life hangs in a delicate equilibrium, where every creature plays a role in maintaining the harmony of existence. Across the Pacific, the Maori of New Zealand carry the concept of kaitiakitanga, guardianship of the land, in their blood. Their myths speak of Maui, who fished up the North Island from the depths of the ocean. This act of creation comes with responsibility. The land must be cared for, nurtured, and revered. The Maori see the forest as their ancestor, the mountains as guardians, and the sea as a provider. Each tree felled or fish caught carries the weight of their ancestors' teachings, an unbroken bond of stewardship that reverberates through the generations. In every corner of the world, these stories unfold, revealing a profound truth. Mythology is not merely fiction, but a reflection of humanity's relationship with the earth. When ancient civilizations looked at the stars, they saw not just constellations, but pathways, guiding them through the complexities of life and nature. The stories they told were warnings and celebrations, reminders of the delicate dance of existence. As night fell, the stars emerged, and the stories of the ancestors shimmered above. Each constellation seems to pulse with life, a celestial reminder of the interconnectedness that binds everyone and everything together. Humanity stands at a crossroads, armed with the wisdom of ages, yet threatened by its own hand. The myths that once guided countless generations now echo in the silence of fading forests and polluted rivers, urging a return to the paths of stewardship. In this embrace of history and emotion, the threads of myth and environmental stewardship weave an urgent narrative, calling out for recognition and respect. As the stories linger in the air, they beckon to be heard, a plea for humanity to remember its place in the world, a place not of dominion, but of partnership, a place where every action can plant seeds of hope for future generations. The tale continues, and the night is still alive with whispers, urging a return to a forgotten path. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape where ancient stories breathed life into the earth. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very ground held its breath, waiting for the next chapter of its tale. In the quiet of this sacred space, whispers of the past mingled with the rustling leaves, and the heartbeat of Aboriginal mythology echoed in the distance. Once, around campfires flickering like stars fallen to earth, elders recounted the legends of the Dreamtime. These were more than stories. They were the lifeblood of a culture, woven into the fabric of the land and the identity of the people. Each tale held lessons of love, survival, and connection to the earth. The rainbow serpent, fierce yet nurturing, carved rivers into the land, while the clever man brought fire and wisdom. These myths were the compass guiding generations, their spirits entwined with every rock, tree, and river. But the winds of change swept through the landscape, bringing challenges that threatened to silence these voices. Colonization disrupted the rhythm of life, scattering communities and dimming the flames of tradition. The stories that once flourished in the glow of the fire now struggled for breath. It was a heart-wrenching scene as the elders, the keepers of wisdom, faced the daunting task of passing down their heritage in a world that often turned a blind eye. Yet, resilience coursed through the veins of the Aboriginal people like a fierce river, refusing to be contained. Young voices began to rise, reclaiming their heritage with a passion that ignited hope. They danced to the rhythms of their ancestors, their bodies moving like the wind, embodying the stories that had survived the storm. Social media became a powerful ally, allowing these myths to travel beyond boundaries, reaching hearts yearning for connection. Podcasts, art, and literature intertwined with tradition, weaving the old and new into a vibrant tapestry that spoke of survival and strength. Through every challenge, the essence of the Dreamtime persisted, adapting like the hardy gum trees that thrived in the harshest conditions. Language revitalization movements flourished as the young sought to learn the words of their ancestors, each syllable a bridge to the past. Schools opened their doors to Aboriginal culture, integrating stories into curriculums, while community gatherings celebrated the richness of diversity, reminding everyone that these tales were not just relics of history, but living, breathing entities. The struggle was far from over. There were still shadows lurking, like storms gathering on the horizon. Land disputes, environmental degradation, and cultural appropriation loomed large, threatening to drown out the whispers of the Dreamtime. Yet, amid this turmoil, the spirit of resilience remained unyielding. Activists, armed with the stories of their ancestors, took to the streets, their voices rising in a chorus of determination. They demanded recognition, respect, and the right to share their narratives. Each march was a powerful testament to the belief that the future of Aboriginal mythology was not just a dream, it was a call to action. One could feel the intensity of the struggle, the palpable energy that surged through the gatherings, where faces gleamed with both joy and sorrow. Stories flowed like rivers, each voice adding to a collective narrative that could no longer be ignored. It was a powerful reminder that these myths were not just remnants of the past, but a living legacy, a guide illuminating the path forward. In the face of adversity, a new wave of storytellers emerged, poets, artists, and filmmakers who wielded their craft like warriors. They painted canvases that spoke of the connection to the land, creating visual symphonies that echoed the rhythms of the Dreamtime. Words flowed from their pens like water, urging audiences to feel, to understand, and to cherish the stories that had shaped the very essence of their identity. The stage was set for a renaissance of Aboriginal mythology, one where the old met the new, where the past's wisdom could illuminate the present. Cultural festivals blossomed like wildflowers, celebrating the richness of Aboriginal heritage with dance, music, and storytelling. Children laughed as they gathered around fires, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders shared tales of creation, teaching them that they too were part of something much larger. Amidst the clamor, a deep respect for the earth began to take root as people recognized that the stories carried within them were also lessons for the future. The importance of caring for the land, of listening to its whispers, and learning from its rhythms became a foundation upon which to build. The ancient stories held the keys to understanding modern challenges, climate change, social justice, and the importance of community, all tied to the enduring spirit of the Dreamtime. As evening fell over the gatherings, the flickering flames danced like spirits in the night, casting a warm glow that enveloped everyone in its embrace. The beat of the drums resonated, echoing through the hearts of those who gathered, a reminder that they were part of a continuum, a story that stretched back thousands of years and looked boldly toward an uncertain yet hopeful future. In that moment, the air was electric with possibility, filled with the promise of resilience, the unwavering spirit of a culture that refused to be silenced. The horizon held the potential for a new dawn, one where Aboriginal mythology blossomed in the hearts of countless souls. The stories would continue to rise, carried on the winds of change, reminding everyone that the past was not lost, but transformed. Each tale, like a thread in a vast tapestry, bound the people together, past, present, and future, creating a rich narrative that pulsed with life and possibility. And as the stars twinkled above, the stories found their way back to the land, intertwining once more, a powerful reminder that the future of Aboriginal mythology was alive, resilient, and waiting to unfold. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal orange glow over the landscape, illuminating faces etched with both pain and hope. A gathering of people, cloaked in the rich colors of their heritage, stood united in a circle, their voices rising like a chorus of ancient echoes. They were not merely chanting, they were igniting the embers of forgotten tales, reclaiming the stories long buried under the weight of time and tyranny. It was here, in this moment, that the energy of revitalization surged, a movement pulsing through generations yearning for a connection with their roots. Around the globe, similar scenes unfolded. Indigenous communities faced the relentless march of modernity, a bulldozer of culture threatening to erase their sacred histories. In the lush forests of North America, elders spoke of the spirits of the land, drawing the younger ones close, their eyes wide with wonder. These stories, once whispered around fires, were now shouted into the void, reclaiming a sense of identity that had been stolen. The revivalist movements, their very essence a powerful reminder that mythology is not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing force capable of shaping the future. In the shadow of the Andes, a group of Quechua people came together to celebrate Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun. Dressed in traditional attire, adorned with vibrant textiles that spoke of centuries-old craftsmanship, they danced under the watchful gaze of the sun. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of their ancestors, each movement a defiance against the encroaching silence. They were not only reviving ancient rituals, they were rewriting their narrative, asserting that their culture was not merely a footnote in history, but a powerful proclamation of existence. Across the ocean, in the heart of Africa, the Zulu warriors drummed a rhythm that echoed through the valleys, a call to arms that transcended the physical. It was a celebration of heritage, a reclaiming of the stories of their ancestors who had fought against colonial oppressors. The warriors spoke of Shaka Zulu, the legendary king whose fierce bravery united the tribes. Through dance and song, they breathed life back into these myths, reminding one another that their history was alive, rich, and full of lessons. The past was not buried. It thrived in the hearts of those who remembered. In the Pacific Islands, the revival of hula dances became a symbol of resistance against cultural erosion. Women twirled gracefully, their movements telling tales of the ocean, of gods and goddesses who had once walked among them. Each hip sway, each flourish of the hands was a prayer to the spirits of the ancestors, a reminder that the land and sea were intertwined with their very being. As they danced, it became clear that this was more than just a performance. It was an assertion of identity, a refusal to allow the tides of time to wash away their legacy. These revitalization movements, emerging from the ashes of dislocation and despair, were not born out of mere nostalgia. They sparked fierce passions, igniting the souls of those involved. Young people, once disenchanted and disconnected, felt the magnetic pull of their heritage. They donned traditional attire with pride, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging that had long been absent. Through art, music, and dance, they reclaimed not just their mythology, but their very selves. Tales of the trickster coyote in Native American cultures resurfaced, offering both humor and wisdom. Children gathered around storytellers, captivated as they learned that humor could be a powerful weapon against adversity. As they listened, laughter resonated, echoing through the ages, bridging the gap between the past and present. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were essential life lessons, a way to navigate the complexities of existence. In the forests of Scandinavia, the revival of Norse mythology took shape, rekindling interest in the tales of gods and giants. Groups of enthusiasts gathered in secluded glades, whispering the names of Thor and Odin, their voices rising with fervor. They crafted rituals under the full moon, seeking to connect with ancient energies. This reclamation was not about mere fantasy. It was an attempt to anchor themselves in a world that felt increasingly chaotic, a way to find strength in the stories of those who had come before. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the gatherings worldwide, a common thread wove through the fabric of these revitalization movements. It was a yearning for connection to the earth, to ancestors, to each other. Each voice, each dance, each drumbeat was a thread in a vast tapestry of history, creating a vibrant picture of resilience and revival. The air thrummed with the energy of their struggles and triumphs, a reminder that mythology was not a relic of the past, but a powerful living force that could shape the present and future. Yet, as these movements flourished, shadows lingered. Oppression still loomed, and the fight for recognition was ongoing. There were battles to be fought, not only against those who sought to erase their cultures, but also within their communities, as differing interpretations of their stories emerged. Would they adapt these ancient tales to fit modern narratives, or would they hold steadfastly to tradition? The tension hung thick in the air, a reminder that revitalization was not a simple path, but a complex journey of negotiation and discovery. The drumming grew louder, the chants more fervent. The people were not just reclaiming history, they were forging a new identity, one that embraced the wisdom of the past, while daring to look boldly toward the future. They were weaving together the strands of mythology and modernity, creating something fresh and powerful. As one young woman raised her voice, the crowd fell silent, captivated by the raw emotion spilling forth. Her words danced like flames, igniting the spirits of those present, beckoning them to join her in rewriting their story. This was a moment pregnant with possibility, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In the throes of revitalization, the past and present were inextricably linked, creating a powerful synergy. Each culture stood poised on the brink of transformation, ready to embrace the chaos, the uncertainty, and the beauty of their stories. The movement was no longer just about reclaiming. It was about redefining what it meant to be alive in a world that often sought to silence their voices. In the twilight, as stars began to punctuate the sky, a palpable sense of hope lingered in the air. Each gathering, each chant, each dance was a step toward a new dawn, one in which mythology would not merely be remembered, but celebrated, cherished, and woven into the fabric of everyday life. The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts, hinting at the stories still waiting to be told, the myths yet to be reclaimed. And as the night deepened, the whispers of the past intertwined with the promises of the future, leaving the door wide open